guests. And at the beginning, I would like to ask our Dean, Professor Tomasz Mizerkiewicz, who is the Dean and the host of this whole conference, and our friend and visionary, for introduction to our conference. I would like to also introduce Professor Jerzy Borowczyk, who is our Vice Dean, Deputy of the Dean, responsible for the research, and our great students who are our support in the technological stuff. So we are together, and we can start. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Dear guests, distinguished scholars, I just realized how much we have in common already, because when Mark mentioned me, what universities and what schools I'm representing, I have realized that we have lots in common. I mean, we have lots of friends and visitors from Nottingham, for example. Yes, we have friends from Lincoln. We have some research together with Vienna. We are always friends with Brno, because this is lots of friendship between Poznan and Brno, and we visiting each other every year. So Brno we know the taste of your beer very well, and of course it is absolutely marvelous in collaboration with American friends of different universities, and not only research projects, but also some biographical and artistic. When I thought about the idea that Mark had presented me once about these contradictory modernities, I thought that this is absolutely crucial for our way of thinking about this, because we usually need to develop here in the Central Europe some kind of new conceptual language when we think about modernity. It's always like that. For example, you read something and you use the term of semi-peripheral modernity. I read the book by Franco Moretti, Bourgeois, yes? When he was analyzing Polish novel of the 19th century, he used the term semi-peripheral. Then there was this idea by Lissi to use the term marginal modernities. I mean, on the margins of European modernities, there are forms of modernity that are kind of, conceptual experiments. And sometimes, yes, they are being accepted in the central modernities, right? Of course, he's been describing Scandinavian projects, but this could be useful anyway, and sometimes it's being used here, also in the Central Europe. So when I thought about this, the idea of the contradictory modernities, I thought that this is the way, in fact, here we are thinking about the whole project of modernity, yes? There is no one project of modernity. It is quite obvious for us. You need to invent it, yes? And then you have lots of things to discover, yes? Lots of ideas to see. Quite recently, in Poland appeared an anthology of Central European avant-gardes, which was really revealing also for us, yes? Because everyone is some kind of self-centered, and we've been always thinking about some comparison between Polish avant-garde and the Western European avant-gardes, American avant-gardes, but not about Romanian, not about Serbian, yes, not about Croatian. We had such a limited knowledge about this, yes, and such an extravagant, marvelous ideas, yes, came up from this project. So I think that the main prerequisite, yes, of this meeting is that there is so much opening with this concept, yes, so much new things to do, yes, and to discover together, yes. So this is absolutely the way we should choose, yes, and try to explore, yes. How can we use these different concepts of different, very different modernities. Of course, I like the idea of contradictory, and I hope and I wish you to be contradictory during your meeting, during your discussion, for obvious reasons. But of course, in the etymology of contradictory, you have these different vocalities, different expressions, yes, how you perceive and how you experience, yes, and how you express what is being modern, yes, in some special context. So this is why some different artistic and non-artistic expressions of modernity needs to be studied, right? And when I was reading the program, yes, this is what was going to happen, yes, within these days. So the same as the whole of the audience here and maybe online, yes, I'm really excited about your idea. But most of all, I'm very grateful for your coming to us, yes. I feel invited for every kind of collaboration with us, yes. Mark is, of course, marvelous representative of our faculty's community, but there are lots of other, your future friends here, yes, that you will find, you will meet, and I hope that you are just beginning, yes, your exploration of contradictory modernities. Have a wonderful meeting, have a great discussions during the conference, in the evening, right? And I hope that we are having a chance to become some kind of, contradictory friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This conference could begin because of your great support, but also with great help of my beloved friend Christian, who connected all of us. So now I'd like to ask you a few words.
Sure. I think we've got time, right, Marek? We've got until 10 o'clock, so thank you for your really kind introduction, and lovely to meet you now for the first time. I wrote this on the train a couple of days ago, so I'm not sure how coherent it's going to be, but I want to say a few things about, I guess, the history of this event and what we think and thought for a while, both Marek and I, we have in common. And then I just want to sketch a couple of conceptual lines that relate really nicely to what we've just heard about contradictory modernities and why they matter in Central Europe in particular. But I really want to begin by saying, Marek, thank you. I don't think anyone knows this. Marek's been working tirelessly. So it's the accommodation and the food and all the rest of it. But what I don't think anyone knows is the number of funding applications and attempts to fund that Marek worked on since last summer, really. So, Marek, you're not the kind of person who would draw attention to this, so I want to draw attention to this. So thank you. And thank you to all the helpers, who've volunteered and stepped into the fray for what is not a very big event, but it's really much appreciated, wherever they are. Some of them are downstairs, some of them are in this room. And then, thank you to all of you for traveling. I mean, it's really quite amazing. We've had Jan travel for 9 hours from Prague through the snow. Tim and Bella, how many hours from Vienna with the stop? All day journey. Julia, similar, I imagine. Laura, all the way from New York via Frankfurt. And David all the way from Oregon. It's really quite extraordinary, the trouble. John flying in last night, with a delayed flying crew. So I guess what I'm trying to say, we don't tend to acknowledge that in most conferences, just the amount of personal investment and work people put into getting from A to B. And it matters all the more for small occasions. So thank you all of you for coming. As I already mentioned last night, one of the many things Marek did is he enabled a live stream. Is that correct? Am I on live stream? I don't mind if I am. Let's just say, obviously this is entirely optional. I don't know what the best way of organising this is, but just for those of you who want to be live streamed, I think it will be online as a sort of permanent resource in a month's time, if I read the website correctly. But obviously there's no expectation, there's no sense in which you have to do this. But we thought it might be a nice resource, and it might be nice for example, families to, for once, see you speak either today or in due course. But just have a think, and what's the easiest way of... Is it easiest if every presenter, before they start, say, I'd like to be live streamed or not, and then we let you know? Does that work for you? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So have a think. If you want to be live streamed, let us know. If not, also let us know. We'll switch off or on, depending. We've had to change the program ever so slightly, so my apologies for that, but both Michael Burry and Jernej Kosi unfortunately had to pull out at the last minute. So we're 2 papers short, and that will mean we'll have to make some adjustments. I think we'll just bring everyone forward. I think that's the easiest, and then give ourselves longer for discussions both today and tomorrow. So Jernej's paper, I think, was going to be the penultimate one today, so we'll just bring the last paper forward, and tomorrow Michael was going to talk after John and Jan, I think, so my suggestion would be that Bela moves into the session and we give ourselves longer to talk. And I want to say a bit more about what all of this might lead to in due course, but I would really, I mean, these are the notes that I actually want to share now. I do think it helps to frame this event a little more, and I thought of sort of 4 points, that help me explain why we're here, right? The first is a story that, like many things, started with Marek. Marek came to Nottingham when both John and I were still at Nottingham in 2014, in February, I think it was. It was cold, the weather was a little bit like this. Marek and I didn't know each other all that well at the time. He stayed in, well, it doesn't matter where you stay, in a hotel in Nottingham. At one point I picked him up in the morning and we walked across Nottingham campus, which John knows very well, and all of a sudden, in a way typical of philosophers, Marek dropped this term of the palimpsest, and I have no idea why you did that, but you sort of threw it in the way in which philosophers do. And, to me the palimpsest was just a sort of weird notion that classic scholars and some archaeologists tended to use. But there was something about the way in which Marek was kind of employing the term, and it kind of led to us thinking a bit more about what a palimpsest is and what this process of rewriting might look like. And we began to look into things, people like Andreas Huyssen, who was at Columbia for many years, and to explore the work he'd done with what he called the urban palimpsest, the way in which sort of city spaces, not just texts and old scriptures, but city spaces were being rewritten. And it led to us thinking about whether kind of political phenomena like nationalism might be amenable to being thought about like an ideological palimpsest. And that was the beginning to us working with this idea, and that kind of is the precursor to this event, because we finished one paper, and it was quite clear that there was mileage in this concept of the palimpsest. And I think we hadn't decided whether it was a sort of heuristic device, sort of think of all sorts of phenomena by sort of analogy to the palimpsest, that we rewrite ideas, we rewrite spaces, we might rewrite histories, or whether the palimpsest also offered methodological possibilities. Is it possible to actually put this to productive use on actual phenomena, on ideologies, on texts, and very systematically trace how things get rewritten and reworked over time? And in some ways that was our starting point, and we began to think, who might we bring together to kind of explore not necessarily this idea, but the kinds of broader questions that we'd begun to ask with the notion of the palimpsest. So that was my first attempt at framing. But there's a second attempt, which is about really kind of giving us a formal reason for meeting here and the way in which we do. On a formal level, I guess it was triggered by David's very fortuitous presence in Poznan, and for that we've got Professor Piątek to thank, who's at the moment not here, but I think might be joining us in due course. So David's been in Poznan for 10 days, I think, right? Something like that, giving other papers in Poznan. And Marek and I knew about that and thought, actually, this is the right occasion on which to try and bring other people to the city to work together and to see, what, if any, mileage there is in exploring our shared interests. An early sort of supporter of that was Jernej, who's not here today for health reasons. So when I mentioned David possibly being Poznan. Jernej Kosi got very, very excited, and I know he would really want to be here today. So, and I guess this is also the right point at which to say, even though he's not here today, he emailed us this morning, just reaffirming that he's really interested in contributing to whatever publication we work up. So we're bigger than the group present today. But as I was saying to Laura, I think last night, I think there's another formal reason, and I guess it's something to do with the nature of academic production in the 21st century. We're all used to traveling long distances to then give very, very short papers. Routinely we fly across the Atlantic or elsewhere. We give our 10-minute talks. We get 2 questions if we're lucky. We go to seminar rooms where sometimes there are far fewer people in those rooms than there are in here, and no one really cares. Let's just be honest. It can be a tremendously frustrating experience, and we add these things to our CVs. But I must say I've begun to think of a lot of conference traveling as a tremendous waste of resources, and I think on a formal level, this is also an attempt to hopefully do a little better and to give participants more than 10 minutes and to give us longer to kind of immerse ourselves in each other's ideas, however sort of early and embryonic those might be. So that's the sort of formal explanation. I think personally, I kind of want a more satisfying and satisfactory conference format than many of the things I see these days, and what Marek's put together with local support promises to be precisely that. And I think if last night's dinner is anything to go on and go by, it's already begun to happen. Tim was introducing us to the Gothic last night, and it sort of really got me thinking about all the other things that I wouldn't have thought about in relation to the Romantic and the Modern and so on and so forth. So I think the connections are multiple. But there we move from the formal to my third reason, which is really substantive, and you already anticipated that. We're a small group, but it's really quite amazing what kind of interdisciplinary expertise we've got in this room. And amongst us, we've got sociologists, people sort of somewhere on the border between political science and sociology. We've got historians, we've got art historians, we've got people working in cultural studies. We've got David, who I guess thinks of himself as an intellectual and cultural historian rather than a historian more widely. So in other words, we're crossing multiple boundaries, and yet we have this shared interest in different Central European stories and history. So your introductory words, I think, are really really important here. So what does an interdisciplinary group of people manage to... What kinds of questions do we manage to ask about contradictory modernities in Central Europe? I guess that's, to some extent, our starting point. I want to come back to some conceptual points in due course, but there's a final or penultimate reason I want to give you, which is really about sociability, or the sort of social dimension. I've already said we need a more satisfactory conference format, but I think there's something else, and I'm not sure how coherent this is going to be, but I'll try. I really don't want to use the term post-pandemic, because I think in parts of Central Europe I'm very familiar with, that's quickly become a sort of ideologically laden term. It's kind of thrown around for all sorts of reasons, and it's not a discourse I want to speak. But it's stating the obvious to say that over the last 3 years, to draw on one of my favorite sociologists, Georg Simmel, all our social circles to some extent did contract, right? I mean, if only temporarily, but our social worlds did shrink. And here I'm reminded of something else I hear an awful lot of at home in Austria, and it's another discourse I don't want to speak. It's what I call the sort of in times like these discourse. I really can't hear it anymore. In Zeiten wie diesen. It's amazing. You can't listen to the radio without someone saying in Zeiten wie diesen. And what happens is people say that in times like these, it's shorthand for an era constructing itself as a collective victim, as if this is the worst historical period ever. And historians don't need reminding, and I don't think any of us need reminding, that that's a tremendously short-sighted view of the world and view of history. It's a sort of self-stylizing as the present as the worst of all possible times. And it seems to me that, and again, to throw in a bit of Austrianism, we complain on an awful high level, jammern auf sehr hohem Niveau, right? I mean, that's kind of the other thing that comes to mind. And it seems to me that this is also an occasion to sort of celebrate sociability and being sociable, and sort of to celebrate the fact that, you know, the last 3 years might have seen a contracting of our social circles, but if I'm entirely honest, something else happened, at least to me, that, you know, I might have had fewer, or my network might have reduced in size and it might have shrunk, but actually there's also been a deepening of social relations, you know, if only across emails and computer screens. If I compare my life now to 4 years ago, I might have a much smaller active network, but those social relations feel a lot deeper and a lot more meaningful than I think they did 4 years ago. And I just think, you know, that to me seemed a thing worth stating as we're meeting as a really small group. Laura, you said it's a bit like, what's the television program? This Is Your Life? Yeah. You know, sort of our stories cross in multiple ways, and I don't think anyone's story intersects with everyone else's, but there are multiple junctures in this room, and it just sort of seems a healthy antidote to this sort of complaining on a high level, this in times like these discourse. But I want to conclude by just mentioning three sort of thinkers who might help us prepare the base for what is to follow. In other words, I think there are three theoretical points of reference. You all know them, but I just want to put them on the table and use them as a conceptual springboard for everything else. The first one, I know we all know, he's one of those people I return to every time I guess I need a little bit of a sort of a reminder of why Central Europe really, you know, still opens lots of really urgent and timely questions. And the person is none other than Ernest Gellner, Bohemian Jewish Czech, founding father of nationalism studies, also anthropologist, sociologist, historian, one of the great sort of intellectual multitaskers of the 20th century. And one of his favorite contributions of his that I do reread repeatedly is his last ever book, Language and Solitude, which he never actually completed, but his son, David Gellner, I know we know the story, his son, David Gellner, put together a series of sort of diary entries and incomplete essays after Ernest Gellner had passed away. And in these sort of final essays, Ernest Gellner portrays this picture of a very contradictory Central European modernity. And essentially what he's saying is Central Europe, certainly from the late imperial period, from the 1870s onwards, entered into this phase of an acute ideological clash between the forces of rationalism and Romanticism. And he uses different terminology, but essentially he kind of says you had a cosmopolitan philosophy underpinned by the Enlightenment and by rationalism being challenged by the Romantic, by a kind of organic social philosophy that manifests in nationalism and in the various phenomena that I know many of our papers, or several of our papers, will explore in due course. And what's so suggestive to me about these essays is that they're clearly incomplete. You know, they're sort of taking us to a starting line. They're saying, you know, there's no denying this clash took place. There's a hint in Gellner that sort of anticipates that this was not going to leave as a clash of philosophies and politics. And there's a clear sense of the Central Europeanness of this. So Gellner's really clear that his experience in the UK after he fled into exile kind of didn't follow the same pattern, that this was a Central European story. This acute clash between rationalism and Romanticism took a particular shape, he postulated, in Central Europe. So that's my first conceptual starting point. The second one, useful I think in this connection, is Jeffrey Herf, who, you know, back in the 80s was making a similar though slightly different argument about Weimar Germany. And you know, his argument was the argument about reactionary modernism. So where Gellner paints this picture of two clashing ideologies, Herf brings them together, and he's sort of arguing that actually, you know, sort of modernization, modernism, modernity, and backward-looking nostalgia, they're not necessarily ideological alternatives, but they can morph or merge into bizarre but powerful ideological syntheses. And his argument is that the conservative revolution in Germany, in Weimar Germany in the 1920s and 1930s, was precisely that. It was a form of reactionary modernism, contradictory modernity in ideological, or being given ideological shape. And I think that opens yet more possibilities, right? So rather than putting ideological alternatives in direct opposition to each other, it kind of opens our eyes to some of the weird hybrids and the weird amalgamations of these conflicting or contrasting forces. And finally, I said this last night, currently one of the sociologists I find most interesting is the German sociologist Andreas Reckwitz, who's been arguing really for the last 5 to 10 years that modernity possesses what he calls a double structure. And it's similar to Herf, but it makes an even wider argument. So he's arguing that modernity from the outset has been this sort of Janez-faced phenomenon where he calls it a sort of permanent conflict between rationalism and romanticism is taking place. That's what modernity really is. It's forget the sort of Weberian notion of rationalization. Only if taken on its own it doesn't go far enough. That's a quintessential part of modernity. But right from the start, Reckwitz insists you've got this counter movement in Polanyian terminology. You've got this counter movement which he quite explicitly ties to the Romantic. And he goes on to then sort of distinguish between different forms of modernity in chronological order, a kind of bourgeois modernity followed by industrial modernity, followed in turn by today's late modern moment or epoch. And his argument is that we are now witnessing a kind of sort of real revival of the Romantic. Since the 1960s and 70s, his argument is that this counter-movement of the Romantic has become the new cultural dominant. And I think that's a really, really suggestive argument. He's saying, think of neo-nationalism, that's nothing if not neo-romantic. Think also, I think this is the most challenging part of the argument, think of our obsession about sort of self-actualization, the sort of self-actualization discourse that starts in the 1960s, new social movements and all the rest of it, deeply romantic, according to Reckwitz. And this Doppelstruktur, double structure that he identifies, is all about, again, this uneasy coexistence or this permanent conflict between ideologies or sort of impulses that push in different philosophical directions. Okay, I think that's enough for me, but by way of a final word, I think we've mentioned this plenty of times before, that we really hope to turn whatever might come out of the next couple of days into, ideally, a special issue of a journal. I've written to 2 journals. I'm awaiting responses from them. And I said last night, I think we're all familiar with the usual sort of protocol where people give their papers and then at the end of the paper someone steps up and says, now we want to turn all of this into a publication. And it often feels late and slightly out of step. So let me say it at the outset. I think it would be really helpful if we could all keep the intention to publish in our minds as we listen to each other's papers. The more sort of extrapolating of themes we can do individually and in due course in discussion, the more of that groundwork for publication will already have taken place. So let me be really clear. We hope to turn this into publication. I will have to ask for if anyone is interested in actually dealing with the practicalities of it. I don't think it's a sort of editorial commitment I can make myself at this point in time, but groundwork is in place, and the more work we can do over the next 2 days, the better. And the more extensive our individual notes, the more we'll have to draw on. I think that's enough. I think Marik's got some logistical things to complete. And I really look forward to everyone's papers. So thank you.
Thank you, dear Christian. I have only a few remarks. I would like to also introduce Professor Maciej Junkiert. He is the historian of literature and historian of ideas. He will join us, so I am happy. Hello, Maciej. And I would like to only say a few words in the context of the relation between humanities and modernity, because in some way all of us feel a big pain that we are in danger as people who represent social and humanities. And I think that maybe now we shouldn't focus on the problems when we will look for some positive aspect. I would call this positive aspect as trust. We are here because of the trust. We are here because of our dean's trust, because of your trust, because of your Laura trust, Mikołaj trust. Everything what we can build as people who do research focusing on humanities is possible in the future because of trust. And trust is the beginning of our meeting today. So let's start discussing about the contradictory modernity. I would like to introduce Christian, who will introduce our first speaker, Professor David Luft, please. Thank you. What?
We're ahead of the
Okay, give me.
What time, excuse me? Okay, give me a second.
Okay, so now we have 9 minutes. Okay, break. 9 minutes break. Okay, thank you.
David's not here, so hard to introduce a speaker who's popped out.
Do you know the PowerPoint, whether it's like a tricky thing?
About PowerPoints. Do we have those?
Okay, so we have to sit at the
out, and he's asked me to spread some good news, I guess. With Jernej not being here, Maciej's paper will move one forward, we said. So we'll actually finish the papers for today at 4:30. And I think that's good because it gives us a chance to pop back to the hotel and have a quick rest before dinner. Otherwise, this would be a very, very long day. So part of me is actually relieved that the program has opened up a little bit. Otherwise, I'd worry about some of us perhaps falling asleep over dinner. Yeah, exactly. So, Laura's still recovering from jet lag. David's recovered from it 10 days ago. Let's make a start. It's really great to be able to introduce David, who, as I've already said, traveled all the way from Oregon a little over 10 days ago. Rather than sharing another personal story, which I've already done this morning, let me just sort of go through the biographical basics, as it were, which David sent us. So David graduated in comparative literature from Wesleyan University in 1966. He then received a PhD in European history from Harvard University in 1973. From 1972 to 2008, David taught German history, intellectual history, and humanities at the University of California, San Diego. And from 2008 until 2018, he was the Hornink Endowed Chair in the Humanities at Oregon State. And you still are, of course, carrying that title now. In 1980, David published Robert Musil and the Crisis of European Culture from 1880 until 1942. And in 2003, published Eros and Inwardness in Vienna, Meininger, Musil, Doderer. One of my personal favorites of that particular point in time. He recently finished a book on the Austrian dimension in German intellectual history from 1740 to 1938, 1939. And I was really happy to be able to write a review about that last year for anyone who wants to get a sense of the reception and of, I think, the importance of that most recent book in the Austrian history book. And then there were various translation projects. Robert Musil, Precision and Soul, Essays and Addresses, were co-edited with Burton Pike in 1990, and Hugo von Hofmannsthal and the Austrian Idea, Selected Essays and Addresses, 1906 until 1927. Today, David will talk us through Romanticism. I really look forward to this. As I said, the idea is for each of us, for each of you to have time long enough to kind of shape your ideas. We've given every one of us about an hour. Whether you want to speak for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 35 minutes, the kind of balance of speaking and discussion time is for each individual speaker to decide on, or in Jan's and John's case for you guys to decide on as well. So over to you, David. Thank you very much, and it's all yours.
Thank you, Christian. It's been a pleasure to meet you. I'm delighted you and Marek invited me here. I look forward to a fascinating discussion as we all discover what we see in these themes. I thought it might be helpful for me to try to think about what I think Romanticism is, and so I assigned myself that task as a kind of overview, since that's the sort of thing that I do. In the early 19th century, Romanticism addressed a number of overlapping and conflicting themes. In the more than 200 years since the Congress of Vienna, we may have moved beyond the possibility of a single coherent overview of this subject. Nonetheless, it's difficult to deny the importance for Romanticism of the context of the French Revolution, roughly the years from 1789 to 1815. And any understanding of Romanticism must certainly take these revolutionary events into account. Since the French Revolution has been associated with the Enlightenment, that issue will always be in the air as well. And if the Enlightenment was the beginning of modernity, then modernity belongs in this discussion too. At the same time, the term Romanticism emerged in a variety of ways across Europe, from England and Germany to France and Austria and other countries further to the east and south. And key terms can often undergo significant variations from culture to culture. Sometimes the issue was the recovery of Christianity and religious experience. Sometimes the emphasis was on a relationship to nature that was different from the relationship of scientists to the natural world. And sometimes the emphasis was on the discovery of the self, or the idea of individuality. I confess I have never quite understood what the adjective romantic means, or how it is connected to Romanticism. But a reading of Rudiger Safransky's Romanticism, a German affair, may help us in our discussions in the workshop, since Safransky is concerned with both Romanticism and the Romantic, as well as the obscurely related phenomenon of political Romanticism. We can use the term Romanticism in other ways, for other meanings or broader contexts, and during the 19th century, these words seem to have changed their meanings or their applications to things that were different or even unrelated. In some ways, my argument will parallel arguments about a 19th century palimpsest, but I will sometimes emphasize changes in words, concepts, and context rather than a layering over. My argument is a reframing of the palimpsest argument to emphasize changes in meaning over time. Reading Safransky also raises questions around writing the kind of intellectual history that moves between major works by intellectuals and political events. This method opens up difficult questions about historical causality and what it means to talk about the influence of Romanticism on National Socialism. My understanding of Romanticism began with the English phenomenon, represented by William Wordsworth, who was born in 1770, as well as Keats, Shelley, Coleridge, and Byron. That is, above all, with a literary phenomenon. I see Wordsworth as exemplary for what Romanticism is. His career as a poet parallels the revolutionary Napoleonic era. He began as a brilliant advocate of the French Revolution in the early 1790s, when Britain was vigorously anti-French, and he became more conservative after 1815, as Europe was led into the Restoration by Count Metternich and Tsar Alexander. I'm also inclined to include William Blake, who was born in 1757, as an important Romantic, although he was older than Wordsworth, and he began to write poetry before the French Revolution. In the early 1790s, Blake was both an advocate of revolution and an opponent of the Enlightenment, and he may have been the most powerful of all advocates of Romanticism. As an intellectual historian, I think a lot about definitions, about the meanings of key terms, and about the relationships among ideas and how ideas change from culture to culture and from period to period. My paper today will be concerned with such issues. The experience of German thought, from Tübingen and Heidelberg to Berlin and Jena, was very much parallel to the English experience in this period. In the early 1790s, these German intellectual worlds produced the greatest German romantics and some of the best German minds. Most of these people were sympathetic to the French Revolution. Hegel, who was born in 1770, Hölderlin, also in 1770, and Schelling, who was born in 1775, were great advocates of the French Revolution from the outset, and together they give the best evidence for finding common ground between Romanticism and idealism. For others of this generation, and some who were slightly younger, Christianity and the Middle Ages had great appeal in ways that complicate these understandings. After 1806, politics and the reaction to France became more important for German intellectuals, especially thanks to Johann Gottlieb Fichte, born in 1762, even though the roots of his thought lay in the early 1790s and in his connection to Immanuel Kant and freedom. From 1806 to 1815, but 1806 to 1815 was also the period when Romanticism and idealism blossomed in German literature and philosophy, just as Napoleon was dominating Central Europe. One issue that is unavoidable but rarely thought through is that Romanticism had something to do with Protestant Christianity, at least in England, in the German states, and in the United States. I must stop here to say that the French made very few important contributions to Romanticism, at least to Romantic literature and philosophy in the classic period of Romanticism from 1789 to 1815. I should also point out that Protestantism and the Reformation had very little influence in French culture, despite Calvin. In some ways, the French were ready in 1789 and after to respond to the Roman Catholic Church and to aristocratic dominance, roughly in the spirit of the artisans and peasants of Bohemia in the 15th century. And they had a lot to be angry about. But Romanticism seems to have been distinctively English and German in the 1790s, while the French had their mind on other matters. These facts about French culture and history have left a powerful imprint on our understandings of nationalism, the Enlightenment, modernity, Germany, Romanticism, nature, and revolution. And these categories can be difficult to sort out. Indeed, they often imply each other in ways that are not always made explicit. Perhaps the most romantic dimensions of the French in this period were the images of heroism and nationalism that emerged from the Napoleonic conquests. And this was something different from the Romanticism of Wordsworth and the Schlegels. A generation later, Eugene Delacroix, born in 1798, created paintings that belong with Caspar David Friedrich's work, although the content was generally heroic action rather than solitary contemplation. Someone like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who was born in 1712, that's quite a bit earlier, however difficult he may be to situate in the Enlightenment, does not seem to me to belong to Romanticism as I've situated it here. Rousseau has been important for some arguments about political Romanticism, but he was 2 generations older than the Romantic poets and philosophers. Chateaubriand counts as the French version of literary Romanticism, although he's very different from English and German Romanticism. I'm inclined to say that the decisive idea of Romanticism was the idea of individuality. John Stuart Mill was one of the notable liberals, utilitarians, and positivists in the 19th century who genuinely understood English Romanticism and its variants, such as, and its German variants, such as Wilhelm von Humboldt. It's important to distinguish, as Mill did, between the romantic idea of individuality or the self, and understandings of political and economic individualism that deal with freedom and competition in the marketplace of goods and ideas. I mean the term individuality as Mill did, along the lines of what anthropologists intended when they tried to understand difference around 1900. The problem with the Enlightenment was that it sometimes tried to impose a too narrow understanding of human beings on the rich variety of peoples and cultures. The French seem to have discovered difference in the 1970s and 1980s. We might think of the Germans as Europe's first Orient. And not surprisingly, the Germans were drawn into advocating their nation and culture in opposition to the French. And they sometimes did so in opposition to concepts of universality in general. The idea of individuality is the basis for understanding individuals and cultures in all their specificity. Sometimes what scholars take away from this is the resistance to reason, universality, and the Enlightenment. But it is not clear that this formulation should be allowed to stand for Romanticism either as a historical event or as a general term. It does, however, point to the potential significance of Romanticism for nationalism and for its emphasis on the specifics of particular cultures. At a minimum, Romanticism represents a movement in English and German literature and philosophy as well. But there were other incoherently related motifs, a reaction against the Enlightenment and against modernity in this sense, a defense of aristocratic and conservative values, a new way of seeing nature in the individual, and an attempt to recover Christianity. These themes are connected, but in variable ways across European societies, and it's not always clear which of these meanings an author has in mind. There is no point in lecturing people about how they should use words or understand meanings, but as scholars, we are in a position to use care and precision in defining these words. This is especially important for our workshop since we're working across international boundaries and academic disciplines. I think it would be useful in our discussion to take Safransky's Romanticism as a point of reference for understanding these issues. His book provides some helpful ways to think about the meaning of the term and the way it's applied. The key to Safransky's argument seems to be the distinction between Romanticism and the Romantic. Safransky uses the term romantic to refer not simply to a kiss between sweethearts or a moonlit night, always a moonlit night, but also to something much more general and often political. This more diffuse meaning of the term became more important during the 19th century, beginning with novellas, but it gained great force with Wagner, especially in the 1850s and after. From that point on, after 1848, let's say, it may not be appropriate to apply the term Romanticism any longer, whether to creative figures or to politics. Safransky called his book Romanticism, but his real aim seems to have been the Romantic and a critique of it. At times, his book even seems to be an account of neo-Romanticism, although it's not entirely clear how this term differed from Romanticism. We may also ask how the passage of time changed what these words meant, and how economic, social, and political changes shaped these meanings over the course of a century or more. For this talk, I will concentrate on German Romanticism and on Safransky's argument, but it's important to note that Romanticism was also an important theme for Eastern European nationalism, and that the social science understanding of this term grew to a significant extent out of Ernest Geldner's somewhat abstract and schematic account of what Romantic peasant nationalism means. Safransky's argument about Romanticism focuses on German culture. What Safransky has to say is thus not about Wordsworth or Blake, but it's also not primarily about young Werther or Herder. Herder fits nicely with much of English Romanticism, but the Germans usually distinguish him from Romanticism, along with the young Goethe as Sturm und Drang. Thus, Herder and the young Goethe do not represent Romanticism for Safransky, who wants to draw our attention instead to Novalis and the theme of mystery, which I believe narrows and distorts our understanding of Romanticism. Safransky begins with Herder, which opens the discussion in the direction of nationalism and implicitly in the direction of politics, but he does not discuss nationalism at this stage in his account. Thus, he introduces the theme of nationalism before he explicitly discusses Romanticism. When he does turn to his argument about political Romanticism, he emphasizes developments after 1800, especially the connection of German Romanticism to mystery and magic. The search for magic and the worship of night are evident in Novalis, and it seems fair to see Wagner, a generation later, in this tradition, and arguably Nietzsche, at least in certain stages of his work. Safransky cites Novalis on the definition of the romantic, quote, by endowing the commonplace with a higher meaning, the ordinary with a mysterious respect, the known with the dignity of the unknown, the finite with the appearance of the infinite, I am making it romantic. I think it's worth noting here at the outset of his book, Safransky defines the romantic as something artificial, something constructed. I do not regard mystery and magic as the characteristic themes of German Romanticism. I'm not even sure what these words mean. Perhaps something like ghost stories and Halloween. But this does not seem to be the moment. But this does seem to be the moment when German Romanticism went off the tracks. Seen from the side of poetry, we could say that all poetry is magic. But this means something different. As we will see, these meanings continue to change over the next century and throughout Safransky's argument. This seems to me a problematic way to define Romanticism, and I'd like to suggest a different approach. In my description, I draw on Safransky's account, but present a somewhat different picture. Safransky points to the chaos of German borders in this period, which meant that Germany really did not exist in the sense that England and France existed at that time. Safransky makes the interesting point that the chaos of German borders, this chaos of German borders alone required some kind of Sonderweg or peculiar path. Thus, we may say that the whole problem of the Sonderweg was objective in that sense and not something that the Germans constructed. This is an important part of the context for German Romanticism, understanding where and when Germany was, but also what kinds of political problems Germans were thinking about. Safransky makes other points about Romanticism that are not political, and I think in this context, he sometimes gets close to what Romanticism was. I want to try to draw out of his argument what Romanticism was trying to do more generally. For me, the story of German Romanticism begins with Hegel, Hölderlin, and Schelling. These figures were also concerned with many aspects of Sturm und Drang, but the 1790s are probably the right place to begin with Romanticism. In the next decade, major figures of Romanticism included the Schlegels and their friends, as well as Novalis and Schleiermacher. During this period, figures who were mainly literary, such as Ludwig Tieck and E.T.A. Hoffmann, emerged, and they were clearly part of the same intellectual world. There was a ferment in German intellectual life between 1770 and 1848, but especially between 1790 and 1815. An enormous creativity and the sheer excitement of exchanging ideas. It seems to me that German Romanticism was largely about the excitement of intelligent minds discovering themselves and each other. We might ask why this happened and why at this time, or why this occurred at all. Was this the breaking in of modernity and individuality, or the release of young minds to be themselves? Do we want to think of Romanticism as a revolt against modernity as we do with fascism, or as an attempt to make modernity meaningful, or both? Are Romantics people who wanted to recover meaning from modern life? In the midst of the intellectual chaos of Romanticism, there are many aspects and definitions of Romanticism that we could emphasize. Safransky has difficulty settling on a stable definition. And at moments, it's completely amazing to read how quickly he goes from one definition to another, like a stormy sea. He has trouble deciding when Romanticism begins and ends, and how he's going to apply the term in a consistent way. At times, the definitions seem to run into one another. In some respects, Romanticism was a belated discovery of French sociability. There was a distinctively inward and spiritual dimension in German Romanticism. We may say that the core of Romanticism was excitement about being alive, and perhaps nothing more mysterious than that. Some people call this freedom, as opposed to resentment. Perhaps it is the discovery of God and the self, as well as love, friendship, and creativity. Nietzsche, two generations later, was a romantic in this sense. Early in Safransky's account of Romanticism, he points to the contrast between Romanticism and Philistinism. This actually captures something about German intellectual life in the first 2 decades of the 19th century. The Philistine is someone who lacks imagination and mistrusts it. He does not want this in his life. The Philistine reduces the wondrous and mysterious to normalcy. He has trouble understanding what's going on in poetry and why it's needed. The conclusion of Safransky's book is that politics should be left to the Philistines. And I largely agree with that. I think Safransky is close to the mark when he emphasizes the contrast between the utilitarian and play, becoming human and free. In this sense, he was already introducing Romanticism when he talked about Schiller, aesthetic education, and the theory of play, a revolution of the mind and the spirit. Indeed, this is not a bad first approximation of a definition for German Romanticism. In his aesthetic education of 1794, Schiller tried to understand how to make the human being ready for enlightenment and revolution. Safransky describes Herder's dynamic understanding of nature and the creative individual with great enthusiasm. And Herder was, of course, the great mind on the subject of nationalism. One wonders why Schiller and Herder might not be regarded as Romanticism, but Safransky seems to want to regard qualities like this as Sturm und Drang, or perhaps even as classicism, or cosmopolitanism, or early Romanticism. For Safransky, Romanticism is always dark, mysterious, and sometimes even nationalist. It's interesting to draw on Safransky's own account of the origins of Romanticism, even though it's not quite what he calls the origins of Romanticism. He emphasizes Herder and the importance of nature and the unknown in God's world. This is a thrilling, unbounded world. There's nothing here about mystery and night, or even about the nation. The emphasis is on nature and creativity, life rather than abstract reason. We might even call this a reaction against the Enlightenment. But Safransky calls this Sturm und Drang and emphasizes the theme of genius and the connection to the young Goethe. This world inspired Herder's mainly innocent understanding of the nation. Fichte's idea of the nation was far more reactionary and political than Herder's, forged in the crucible of war with Napoleon. My understanding of German Romanticism is somewhat different from Safransky's. I would ask, what's the place of love, play, and the impractical in human life? And what is the place of conditions of being that Robert Musil characterized as, quote, the other condition? Safransky correctly emphasizes the role of an unorthodox religion, and Schlegel emphasized that this was not something outside us, but the unfolding of our own creative freedom. The Romantics also used the term mythic experience for what they thought of as religious experience, and they emphasized being in the moment and trying to achieve an insideness. Novalis called this the sacral sense and the immortal sense, which is really a kind of being in the moment. The Romantic poets understood something here, but it's not about literal things like Germany or mines. Friedrich Schleiermacher came out of the Moravian tradition, and he developed these ideas in a Romantic direction. And the connection of Romanticism to religion was most pronounced in his case. Safransky argues that the Romantics wanted something higher to save us from our nasty selves. And this is arguably the germ of what is problematic about political Romanticism, the instinct to ask for too much from politics. This led some German Romantics to Catholicism and empire in order to hold the Germans together as a people and give them meaning. For Safransky, the hour of political Romanticism came in 1813. It was deep, dark, religious, national, and warlike. This political hour of German Romanticism arrived after the interventions of Fichte and Kleist, who came together in a more or less militarized notion of German politics and nationalism. This variation of Romanticism was aimed at the nation and perhaps even at democracy. If Romanticism is always about poetry, as Schelling, Schlegel, Schiller, and Novalis, as well as Wordsworth, all announced, then why should we think of it as political at all? What could the term political Romanticism mean? And we must also ask what poetry is. What is the state out of which poetry is written? Why do Philistines have trouble understanding what poetry is? How do we recognize political Romanticism when it appears? What do we use this, why do we use this term? How is it connected to nationalism? And how do we distinguish the two phenomena? That is, nationalism and Romanticism. What do we gain by extending the concept of Romanticism to politics? Are we clear what we mean by this? Near the end of his book, Safransky actually says, quote, an extended notion of the Romantic applies, one not limited to the historical movement, close quote. Although he does not explain just what this means. According to Safransky, it's not Romanticism as a historical movement, but the so-called Romantic mentality that's really at issue. But then his argument is no longer about Romanticism and Romantic poetry. In the course of Safransky's account of the 19th century, the Romantic seems to have been separated from Romanticism. And yet in the conclusion of his book, Safransky faults Romanticism and even idealism for the atrocities of National Socialism. It's hard to say just what this means. I'm not entirely clear how political themes connect to Safransky's initial definition of mystery and magic. Safransky and Moziel and I agree that it's best to keep Romanticism in Safransky's sense out of politics. In politics, boring is best. Carl Schmitt's essay on political Romanticism from 1919 appeared more than a century after Romanticism. His essay attempts a conceptual definition of Romanticism rather than a historical account. For Schmitt, Romanticism is an aesthetic view of the world, in Kierkegaard's sense, and a response to the loss of a transcendent God. Schmitt emphasized the occasionalism of this view, which depends not on objective reality, but on subjective whim. Politically, this meant that Romanticism could equally well be conservative or revolutionary. Schmitt's Romanticism has no specific content and is completely aesthetic and passive. The political effect of this kind of Romanticism, according to Schmitt, is to preserve the status quo. Romantics stand for nothing more than moods, and they thrive in the bourgeois liberal order. If Schmidt is right that Friedrich Schlegel is politically irrelevant, it might just be best to say that Romanticism has nothing to do with politics. I've always thought that the best definition of Romanticism was one that was closely located by historical period, that is 1789 to 1815. I can at most see extending that term to 1830 or 1848, but after that I think we're dealing with something else, or perhaps with several things. Given that Romanticism is above all a literary phenomenon, I think it's important to be clear about which characteristics belong to Romanticism. Indeed, definitions of political Romanticism seem to evolve and change in the 19th and 20th century as we see new phenomena. In the midst of the Romantic period, we can see two new directions in German culture that move away from the Romanticism of the 1790s. What was new was not nationalism, but the emphasis on the mysterious and the magical, and the emergence of political Romanticism, which did not always take the form of nationalism. During the 19th century, these definitions and usages changed, particularly in the work of Richard Wagner and in political responses to 1848 and industrialization. It's hard to say quite when neo-Romanticism began, or even what it was, and this vagueness has unfortunately shaped discussions of this subject. In general, it seems to me that the term Romanticism should be applied only to the period of the French Revolution, and that the Romanticism of Novalis, Tieck, and E.T.A. Hoffmann should not be regarded as definitive, even for German Romanticism, while German nationalism took on a new face with Fichte and the responses to the defeat of 1806. In Language and Solitude, Ernest Gellner discusses Romanticism in the context of the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe in the early 19th century. Gellner argues that the Romantics are about irrationality, that Romanticism is the politics of feeling and specificity, and that nationalism is the politics of the specific. Here, Gellner's understanding of Romanticism is specifically tied to nationalism. In his account of Romantic peasant nationalism, Gellner emphasizes sharp contrast, especially between closed community and the rootless Enlightenment. And he does so in a way that reminds us that there are many ways to spin this word on both the left and the right, whether in the 19th century or the 21st. After 1830, this story and its language built over the course of the century as national events were woven into philosophical arguments and literary images. Between 1848 and the end of the century, we see the impact of industrialization and conservative resistance to democracy. Racism became much more prominent in this context, although Safransky does make clear that Romanticism was not racist. Wagner's development as a composer and his impact ideologically belong to this period as well. In some respects, Wagner seems already to embody the most monstrous qualities of the 1930s and 1940s in Germany. To touch now on a broadly European frame of reference, it might be helpful to note that in 1847, Emily Bronte published Wuthering Heights, perhaps the most romantic of all novels, dark, stormy, mysterious, intense, turbulent, exciting. She died a year later. And I guess this is what we mean by Gothic, or it's a good example of Gothic. All this is perfect for an English version of what came to be the Romantic over the course of the 19th century. Perhaps it is right to say that this novel is a crystallization of what Romanticism came to mean after 1848. Her novel appeared in the midst of the Irish potato famine, and just after the Polish uprising in 1846. But this is also very far from the world of Wordsworth and the French Revolution. Did this become what the English meant by Romanticism? This difference of context needs to be acknowledged and underscored as we follow the word through the 19th century. I think we need a clearer terminology to talk about what the world around 1848 and after, and about the world of the late 19th century and the turn of the century, what these worlds looked like. I see 1848 to 1900 as the period of fear of revolution blurring into the Second Industrial Revolution. Around 1900, the word neo-romanticism gained currency, but this was no longer the romanticism of Wordsworth and Hölderlin. Safransky tells the story of how things go wrong with romanticism, from Novalis and Hoffmann to Wagner to the late 19th century, a decomposition that created the terms for the amalgam of nationalism and socialism. Romanticism, 100 years after Schlegel, becomes, for Safransky, the yearning for danger, for strong emotions, or a readiness to believe in things beyond reality. Safransky seems to highlight the sinister qualities of German history, literature, philosophy, and small-town life in the 19th century and call them romanticism. What Count Harry Kessler called the eruption of mystique in Germany around 1903 seems to be connected to the usage of neo-romanticism in German culture. Do we know what this means and whether this eruption actually took place? Is it just the intellectuals posturing and schwabbing? This is a crucial stage in Safransky's argument, and it occurred a century after Romanticism. Was this eruption of the mystical part of the Second Industrial Revolution, or of the growing nationalism and the slide toward war? By the interwar years, everything from excitement and authenticity to escape from reality and war as a positive experience seems to belong to Romanticism. According to Safransky, by the 20th century, Romanticism had become the romantic longing for the mysterious. But he also seems to want us to regard Romanticism as a kind of Dionysian revel. And he argues that the Dionysian needs to sober up before stepping onto political ground. These two definitions, the Dionysian and the mysterious, seem quite distinct, although Hitler and later Trump both tried to combine them in political rallies. Yet it's not clear what we ought to think of Romanticism, it's not clear that we should think of Romanticism as being drunk, irrational, and disconnected from reality, or even that we should think of it as mysterious. I think most of us can agree with Safransky, Thomas Mann, and Robert Musil that Romanticism in the sense of drunk, irrational, and disconnected from reality should be kept away from politics. A similar view of Romanticism was presented by Lukács in The Destruction of Reason, where he called Romanticism, quote, the fatal turning point in German intellectual history. Irrationally uninhibited life had triumphed over humanistic reason and thereby paved the way for the irrationalism of National Socialism. But is this a good description of Romanticism? And was Romanticism responsible for National Socialism? Is this closer perhaps to the view in Sorel's Reflections on Violence, which reminds us that this was not merely a German story around 1900? In any case, Safransky does not do enough to distinguish the Romantic era from the Fascist era, the historical context of 1806 to 1815, from the very different world of 1914 to 1918, 1919, and down to 1933. Safransky seems to connect the unreality of war with the beyond reality of poetry. Toward the end of the book, the yearning for unreality is offered as Safransky's definition of the Romantic. And this is something people felt in the interwar years, a state of being rather than an intellectual tradition. And this shaped Safransky's view of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche and their reception in the 1920s. This was, of course, more than 100 years after the Romantic poets. Where did this yearning for unreality come from? And but when? And what should we call it? This is not what the Romantic poets had in mind, but also not what so-called Romantic nationalism meant in the early 19th century. An important element in Safransky's definition of Romanticism seems to get introduced somewhere along the way, perhaps irrationalism or anti-rationalism. By the end of the book, this seems to be what Safransky means by Romanticism. It is really in the 20th century that we see the developed political phenomenon, which does not seem much like the Romanticism of 100 years earlier. Is political Romanticism the best term we have to refer to dark, anti-rational, mysterious, unreal, anti-democratic political phenomena, whether in Germany or the United States? There do not seem to be enough words to go around, so you keep using this word, but maybe there should be other words too. We could decide not to use the term romantic, or Romanticism, or even romantic, after 1848. But this is not what Safransky does. Perhaps neo-romanticism is the solution, but even this would need a clear definition. How much was Romanticism conditioned by industrialization and the First World War, and in the absence of Romantic poetry? It is apparently not so much Romanticism that Safransky is interested in, but rather National Socialism. My inclination is to emphasize the meaning of, the meaning of the term Romanticism kept changing. Robert Musil once asked, if a man in a black suit gets white flecks on it by leaning against the wall, when does it become a white suit with black flecks? Or, as the philosophers used to say, at night all cows are black. Without clear and stable concepts, it's hard to say what our accounts of Romanticism, the Romantic, and the Romantic movement mean. If Romanticism is always something different from political Romanticism, is Romanticism always something different from political Romanticism? Primarily because Romanticism is apolitical. Does Safransky let the meaning of the word Romanticism change over the course of the 19th century? Schmidt seems to do a better job at finding an abstract concept for Romanticism by calling it occasionalism, which may be specific to German Romanticism. His danger is that he does not always stay close to empirical reality and nuance. What are we to make of the fact that the most urban, cynical political figure emerged, as Donald Trump did in the United States, as the leader of what Gellner calls romantic peasant nationalism? Is this phenomenon more contemporary than political Romanticism, having left the context of the French Revolution behind? For the issues addressed by Gellner, I question whether Romanticism is even the real issue. Was National Socialism caused by Romanticism, or by Protestantism, or by the German middle class, or even by the broad processes of industrialization? How do we formulate or answer such a question? Is this kind of intellectual history just not a good idea when all aspects of human experience are run together over long periods of time? Politically, I think the real issue is political anti-rationalism in industrialized and democratizing societies, especially in late-stage capitalism. Both Adolf Hitler and Donald Trump were concerned not with Romanticism, but with the possibilities of manipulating large numbers of people with notions of anti-rational protest. But Hitler and Trump also both represent a method of public speaking, a style of speaking directly to the feelings. And this kind of rhetoric sometimes draws on anti-scientific, an anti-rational view of the world that relies on romantic ideas. We've not quite agreed on a term for this kind of politics, whether fascist or anti-rational. Hitler and Trump both took advantage of the loss of tradition, whether religious or political, and of the loveless qualities of the modern world, both scientific and capitalist. Neither man was gifted at careful argument, and even Trump's similarities to Hitler seem to rely more on instinct than on conscious awareness or intellectual influence. One wonders if Trump has much knowledge of Romanticism or German intellectual or even political history. What I call political anti-rationalism shares some similarities with Romanticism, but it is at least as important to emphasize the differences. Trump, for example, is not a romantic in any meaningful sense, but Trump is clearly a symptom of something, although it is difficult to connect with historical experiences of Germans around 1800. My advice is to look for another word other than Romanticism to characterize modern anti-rational politics. I propose that a sensible definition of Romanticism in a European context would not only emphasize the period between 1789 and 1815, but also find a way to characterize the complex relationship among nature, the individual, history, and the Romantic poets, and perhaps to integrate other important themes, such as art as a mediator between nature or desire and freedom. Political discourse and the emphasis on the mysterious and the magical seem to me to move away from the original definitions of Romanticism. And here we may require another word, perhaps the Romantic, but even then, Romantic is something different from Romanticism. Something about atmospherics, mystery, and the like that is clearly distinct from the movement of the early 19th century. Safransky may give a true description of a real phenomenon, and romantic may be the best word we can find for it, but the connection to Romanticism is not clear. Safransky does concede that Romanticism was not racist, which means that the introduction of biological arguments for difference in the late 19th century and early 20th century created something very different. In any case, Romanticism had to be made biological, that is, racist. Is it right to say that the broader process of modernization pulverized and destroyed conceptions of objective truth and science, but also the conception of liberal intellectual exchange as Mill imagined it? Nationalism and political romanticism are large and difficult concepts, and it's difficult to apply them with care and precision. It can be hard to say what some sentences in Safransky's argument mean. Are we sorting out things as clearly as we need to? How much is caused by romanticism rather than nationalism, and are these concepts clear? Political loss and religious loss are different from one another, but they're often run together in this context. The world that Safransky evokes, especially the 1850s and after, down to Heidegger, contributed to the atmosphere of National Socialism, or was itself perhaps this atmosphere. These connections to the 19th century and the early 20th century are clearly very important for understanding National Socialism, more important, for example, than the connection to Martin Luther. But it's difficult to pin down these connections with precision. We might say that the darkness of the months from November to January 1930 to 1933, and perhaps the rain, contributed to the successes of National Socialism. But these were factors elsewhere in Northern Europe. Safransky is trying to alert us to the atmosphere of a specifically German world and to the cultural world of radical, folkish nationalism as it grew out of the 19th century and the early 20th century, along the lines of Karl Dietrich Rocker's The German Dictatorship. Decisive here were the First World War and the political polarization of German society. Socialism could not have generated this atmosphere or acted in conformity with it, and probably liberalism and political Catholicism could not have done this either. Reflections on Romanticism and the Romantic were at the heart of Robert Musil's concerns, from young Turles to National Socialism. But Safransky and others do not seem to cite Musil or to be aware of his commentary. According to Musil, an object is completely different depending on whether we look at it with love. Modern science means looking at the world without love. What would happen if we looked at each other and the world with love, or if we thought and wrote that way? Modern science helps us to have a disinterested view of the natural world, but it does not require us to live in a loveless way. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the wonderful introduction to the event.
Should I sit here?
I think so. I think we've got about 5 minutes for maybe slightly more formal questions, and then we've got 15 minutes for coffee. I'm okay. So yeah, any questions towards an extraordinarily broad, wide, ambitious, and I think thought-provoking introduction that took us from the French Revolution forward to Donald Trump.
No connection.
Thank you. I have a short question and then a slightly deeper question. And my first question is either your or Safransky's discussion of the etymology of the term Romanticism and when it is first used and in what context.
I don't think Safransky really spells that out. So he just starts talking about Romanticism, and he clearly means by it all these intellectuals in Germany in the 1790s and early 1800s. I don't think he really gives that etymology.
No, I haven't thought about it, but is it from Roman, the novel in French, or is it some reference to Rome? It seems like a strange, Rome hardly seems like a culture you want to...
I'll let everybody else in the workshop figure that one out. But,
okay.
Yeah, I didn't worry about that a lot. Yeah.
And then my other question is about, which I think you brought Gelner in on this, but to what extent could we boil Romanticism down to, without oversimplifying it, a valorization of feeling? It seems that on some level, everything connects with that, almost a valorization of feeling, almost above, above God, above science. Is that the central scope of the field?
This is a great mystery. I was conscious as I wrote my talk that I don't directly address that issue. And I think people in the past usually have. And there's an enormous amount that can be said about that question. I think it's always unclear what it means when people say feelings. And so it's been easy for, say, 18th century historians to say, well, gee, it isn't as if the French didn't have feelings. It isn't as if the Enlightenment was against feelings. And that's quite true. And sentimentality is forever. All my favorite socialist liberal friends are all very sentimental people. So, whatever. These things aren't exclusive. So what do we really mean about feelings? And obviously, if you turn to painting, a lot of feeling is just in the colors. And so maybe I don't have any feelings, but I can paint red and blue and so forth and open up a world to myself and to other people. And so with Musil, what I've learned is that the issue isn't so much expressing feelings as it is understanding feelings. And in a way, I think one of the great things about the Romantics is that they did provide some ways of understanding the world. And I think they're often not appreciated. It's just as if they're all emoting. But I think they were trying, in the odd modes of the literary, artistic, and so forth, to understand how the world is put together. And to me, narrowing it down, say as Gelner does, makes me a little uneasy, but clearly, and you can see this when you read even Lukács's Marxist books, that there's some connection between the specific and the irrational and feelings. And so, insofar as you say, we're going to do the politics of this particular country and our particular situation, then you pay more attention to feelings, and then that does start to be in opposition to universality, and then it can bring out something important. On the other hand, I think the French have a little tendency not to notice that people are really different, and I think the French way of saying we're all Frenchmen here, which means we're all going to think like Frenchmen, has made their thoughts unwelcome to people from Africa or the Muslim world. And so these things are very dicey. And I have learned from Mosul not to say very general things about feelings. I don't know what people really mean when they talk about feelings. It's another one of those feelings. Okay, are you firm or against? And I think it's very hard to be sure what people have in mind. But clearly it's in this mix. And I found it interesting in myself that I wrote this long talk without directly addressing feelings.
Can I ask about one particular figure that you didn't mention, but might be seen as related to the Romantic, and that's the British-Irish philosopher Edmund Burke. He is, after all, a theorist of the sublime, which would seem to place him in relation to the Romantic movement. He does talk about particularity, but he's the only theorist who is critical of what is otherwise happening at the time, which is colonialism and empire. So he has really serious arguments about the nature of India, about the nature of despotic exploitation, and is incredibly critical of European ideas that elsewhere there is despotism. So, well, the construction, if you like, of Asiatic despotism is merely cover for the despotism of Europeans confronting Asia, and that local traditions are not despotic at all. So when raising the issue of whether the Romantics were racist or not, or what we mean by racism, there was certainly a sense of the superiority of European cultures over others, and that superiority of European cultures over others gets translated into scientific racism later, and then comes out of scientific racism back into the superiority of European cultures over others through the idea of universalism. But there is somebody who might be attached to the Romantic movement, or one could make an attachment, who is arguing against those positions from arguments about feeling, locality, etc., a conservative tradition, which is surprisingly the one European theorist that certainly Indian Mehta, for example, says is the only one to be opposed to colonialism and empire within the European philosophical tradition.
I'm very conventional in seeing Burke mainly through reflections on the revolution in France and maybe his sympathy for the Americans. So I don't really know in a very specific way his reflections on India, but that he is to me, he is the normative conservative. And one of the strange things about living in the United States over the past decade or so is that it's taken the Americans the longest time to even begin to guess what conservatism is. And for me, it's lying there right in the street that it's Burke. And I wish Americans would take more interest in Burke. It wouldn't be much like what gets talked about normally. He is very beautiful on all these poetic questions. I think, I was trying to remember, is pity the plumage but forget the dying bird. Is that Burke? I think it is. But he had a great gift for those things, and so you could argue he was the perfect romantic, and he's the perfect example of political romanticism. But I decided not to go to that because it just brings up too many other issues that would have sidetracked me, and I haven't really thought through the India issues because I'm not a British historian, but obviously utilitarians, I just have just a treasure trove of interesting things that you can say about the parochial nature of the British in different ways, and about racism, but even as early as 1800, who they thought was a human being and so forth. And one of my favorite books is Chakrabarty's Provincializing of Western Europe, or I forget how the title goes. And clearly that's all contributed to it. But I wouldn't do right by the specifics of that question. It doesn't shock me, though.
I think we're up against time.
Okay, sorry if I cut you off.
We are up against time. I think we've got 10 minutes for a coffee before Laura is up next. But can I just say thank you again, David, for
Thank you.
It was really excellent questions. I think that's really got us off.
Yes, no, have a small break for coffee.
For 10 minutes.
Yes, 10 minutes, then we will start at 11.
With Laura. So thank you again.
Thank you all. Thanks for listening.
Okay, dear friends, let me introduce a bit my beloved friend Laura. So this introduction will be very official, the truth, or to be honest. Okay, Professor Laura Morowitz, who is our friend, is the professor of art history and visual arts at Wagner College in New York. Laura's scholarship has focused on a variety of places and questions in European modernism, and currently focuses on the issue of art in Nazi Vienna. She is the author of 5 books. I will remind the titles: Art, Exhibit, and Erasure in Nazi Vienna. Okay. Erasures and Eradication in Viennese Modernism, The Miracles of Prato, Consuming the Past, the Medieval Revival in the Fin du Siècle France, and Artistic Brotherhoods in the 19th Century, which was with Will Wagon. Examining issues on nationalist, consumerist historiography, gender and collective memory, Laura's published research has also appeared in the Art Bulletin, Art Journal, the Oxford Art Journal, the Journal of Holocaust Studies, the Journal of the History of Collections, the Journal of Popular Film and Television, and Cultural Critic. She has presented her work at museums around the world, including the National Gallery in London, Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, and the Musée des Beaux-Arts de Lyon in France. Her works have been translated into French, Spanish, German, Italian, Catalan, Portuguese, Turkish, and in the future in Polish. This is obvious. And there are a lot of recent publications, so let me remind a few of them. The Eyewitness World War II Museum in the Netherlands, amazing article. Spectacle identification as surprising the witness. It was published in the Journal of Holocaust Research. Then Art as a Source for Studying the Holocaust, which was published in the Sources for Studying the Holocaust, a guide for students. Revealed, Repressed, Resurrected, Vienna 1900 in the Nazi Imaginary. It was published in Austrian History Yearbook. And Ostmark as Boulevard and Other Myth of the Anschluss. It was published in Contemporary Austrian History Special Issue, titled Myths in Austrian History. I think that here we can put only 3 dots. And now I would like to ask our great friend for the presentation for the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to start by saying I'm so delighted to be back in Poznan with my dear Marek and dear Nikolai. It's a very, very special place for me, as some of you know. And I want to thank Tomasz for another extremely warm welcome, as last time. I really appreciate it. Marek, I'm going to use your words and say, to be honest, you did an amazing job. You thought of everything. And making us so comfortable and welcome. And I thank you and Christian so much for accepting my paper and letting me join you. And I want to say how nice it is also to see some old friends like Christian and Tim, and also to meet some people that I feel like I knew because I knew them through email or through publications. And I'm just very, very happy to be here. And thank you. Oh, I need my little checker. I begin with this image by Edward Okun, an artist of the Young Poland movement that encapsulates symbolism's relation to the Romantic past. According to legend, the virtuoso violinist Paganini, had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for his gifts. Here we see the devil coming to collect on the bargain. But is the creature playing violin at the deathbed of Paganini mourning him with song and bidding him goodbye, or is he attempting to rouse the romantic hero with his own music? Never has a movement been more contested and more conflicted than symbolism. It is rife with reactionary elements, and yet it is often seen as the bridge, the necessary threshold through which art needed to pass in order to arrive at modernism. Its artists, motifs, and works were often enwrapped in a profound nostalgia, and yet exhibited, indeed invented, some of the very hallmarks of visual modernism. Seen as both the swan song of the 19th century and the clarion call of the 20th, it engages with and was often motivated by wider currents of nationalism, reactionary neo-Catholicism, and spirituality, deep misogyny, and a general hatred for modernity. The Symbolists were the first artists to plunge fully into abstraction, formal experimentation, and an emphasis on process and technique. Yet, many of the Symbolist groups are tied to neo-Romanticism, intergroup politics, and nostalgia to a startling degree. Embracing esotericism in many forms and haunted by the past, the Symbolists turn their back on depictions of history and on the realistic representation of the world around them. They simultaneously hail the artist as a singular genius, bound to no one and to nothing but himself, der Zeit der Kunst, der Kunst der Freiheit, yet gave rise to numerous collective and communal brotherhoods of artists. Thus, the study of symbolism raises the very question of how we are to understand modernism in relation to nostalgia and to the pre-modern heritage. It suggests that modernism, futurism aside, was hardly a wholesale rejection of the past. To put this question another way, are the longing, atavism, escapism, and repressive ideologies of symbolism a remnant of the past that still needed to be shed, or is it in fact central to the formation of modernism across many nations? This is the question I would like to raise today. To put it more concretely, before proceeding with what I will cover, I offer one example for contemplation. In its radical simplification, its embrace of abstraction, its complete rejection of perspective in favor of embracing the flatness of the wall, its use of multimedia, and in nearly every other visual aspect, Gustav Klimt's Beethoven frieze is an icon of early modernism and an oft-repeated example of symbolism. Created between 1901 and 1902, Klimt painted the frieze for the 14th Vienna Secession, devoted to the composer. Wrapping around the walls of the exhibition space on Friedrichstrasse, the frieze could not be more strongly contrasted against the academic and mimetic works of the 19th century. It makes the modern work of artists painted less than 2 decades before, such as Seurat's Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, or even Klimt's own works from the 1880s, such as his frescoes for the Berg Theater, seem positively old-fashioned, even retardaire. Banishing illusionary perspective, Klimt's abstracted linear figures vie for attention with expanses of pure abstraction. Refusing to respect the boundaries between high art and decoration, Klimt incorporated into his frieze not only paint, but gold, silver, mother of pearl, brass buttons, fragments of broken mirror, nails, precious stones, and brass curtain rings. Yet to what end was such abstraction put? The catalog published to accompany the show explained the complex symbolism of the frieze, noting that these 3 kneeling figures represented der Leiden der schwachen Menschheit, the suffering of weak mankind. They plead to a knight in shining armor, a savior figure. An Übermensch coming to lead mankind to fulfillment can hardly be seen without flashing forward a few decades, nor can it be seen as a symbol of untrammeled freedom of anything but art. While I will focus on Austria, to be sure, everywhere we look, symbolism was entangled with reactionary political ideologies, nationalism, backlash against the burgeoning women's rights movement, and a return to conservative religious beliefs. European artists, both West and East, were equally obsessed with Wagner, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. For a pan-European movement that respected no artistic borders, it is somewhat ironic that symbolism was also so readily put in the service of nationalism. The depiction of epics and legends, such as this work by Galen Kalela, illustrating a passage from the Finnish national epic, the Kalevala, is inseparable both from nationalism and from Romanticism. The shared symbolist language not only points to the artist's transnational connections, but also to a pan-European zeitgeist, despite profound political differences, a response to similar or related economic, social, and cultural changes, although of course there are unique circumstances and major differences between each. My talk will begin with a detour through Paris, the birthplace of the Symbolist movement, with Jean Mauriet's Symbolist Manifesto, published in Le Figaro in 1886. From the start, symbolism was characterized by a startling array of styles, themes, and techniques. It is hard to find points of similarity, for example, between the nearly abstract work of the Nabi movement and the precision of the Belgian Ferdinand Knopf, which made it tricky for students and led to its neglect in histories of art. Symbolism embraced the most up-to-date stylistic innovations, but was racked by a deep nostalgia, a morbidity, a penchant for escape and fantasy. What is particularly fascinating is that the French link to Romanticism was decidedly not the Romanticism of Delacroix, but that of the German Romantics. The French symbolists were far closer in spirit to the German variant, with their focus on spirituality, childlike innocence and purity, their turn to interiority, and the artist as a suffering Christ figure. It would take another 20 years for European painting to see anything as shockingly abstract as Paul Serousier's Talisman, which you see up on the screen, painted in the Breton woods in 1888. Serousier belonged, as did Maurice Denis, to the symbolist group known as the Nabi, a Hebrew word for prophet. Denis' famous dictum, quote, "Remember that a painting, before it is a battle horse, a nude model, or some anecdote, is essentially a flat surface covered with colors assembled in a certain order," end quote, became the rallying cry of modern formalism. The insistence that painting was not an illusionary window. But Denis' art cannot be understood apart from the neo-Catholic movement, a counter-modern movement spawned by the fierce anti-clericalism of the Third Republic, which concluded with the separation of church and state in 1905. As a young artist, Denis dreamed of painting church murals, seeing himself as a new Fra Angelico. He wrote, quote, "Art once again enters the cloister for the greatest glory of God," end quote. He wrote this in 1886, and after the Dreyfus affair, he became associated with the reactionary l'Action française. For him, such abstract works emptied them of commercial taint while linking them to the purity and innocence of the medieval painter-priest. Both Serousier and Denis lived and worked for a while in Brittany, the isolated, backward, and deeply pious corner of northwest France, where the artists escaped the newly Haussmannized Paris. And I will have occasional comparisons like this just as food for thought. That is the Polish artist Karol Tichy on the right, and I'm just going to be doing some of these interesting comparisons, and we can talk more about them if anything strikes someone. For the critic Albert Aurier, Paul Gauguin was the embodiment of symbolism. Indeed, his iconic essay on the artist is entitled Paul Gauguin, Symbolisme en peinture. Gauguin's distortions, his willing abandonment of realism, is a bridge to later artists like Matisse and the artist biography becomes a seminal, and I use that word very deliberately, ingredient in the myth of the virile, heroic, and male artist. But if many French artists expressed a yearning for the Middle Ages, Gauguin went much further, looking for a return to the primal origins of the human race, to the garden before the fall, which of course he projected onto his already spoiled Eden of Tahiti. Visually experimental, focused on the nearly godlike individual and rejecting the notion of progress, Gauguin is in many ways the arch-modernist. But Christ in the Garden sets up the artist as the spiritually enlightened and martyred individual, misunderstood and rejected. His admiration for both Breton peasants and Tahitians often included his observations on their innocence, spontaneity, and childlike quality in contrast to the corrupted West. And if Gauguin was by nature a loner, he was nevertheless the spoke in the wheel of two essential artistic group formations in the 1890s. He was the uncontested leader of the group of artists living and working in Pont-Aven, and he was to be, in the wounded imagination of Vincent van Gogh, the center of his hoped-for studio of the South. Among the 12 artists' apostles who would live and work in communal harmony in the sun-drenched city of Arles, Gauguin would serve, and these are Van Gogh's words, as the abbot. While these more abstract symbolists have been given a solid starring role in modernism, other symbolist groups have been largely ignored in mainstream histories. Led by the bizarre, neo-romantic, and always fully caped Sar Josephine Péladan from 1892 to 1897, the symbolist artists of the Ordre Kabbalistique de la Rose-en-Croix turned their back on modernity, and Osbert was one of them. Their reactionary program literally banned, quote, all representations of contemporary private or public life, end quote. Their landscapes were morbid and lugubrious, or the site of mystical reunion with nature. A focus on spirituality, death, and lost paradises haunts the work of the Rose-en-Croix artists like Karl Schwabe. Their visions often brought to life in gorgeous, teeming, hyper-detailed, and glittering surfaces, caught simultaneously between the desire to transcend material existence and to revel in new techniques and new language. This fundamental tension between neo-romantic subject and obsession with a smoldering surface that calls attention to itself points to symbolism's conflicted and contested attitudes towards modernism and modernity. And you can just think about the comparison with Malczewski. We now turn our focus to symbolism in Vienna and to groups closely tied to the movement. We might begin by stating that in Vienna, the artists labeled as symbolists were more fervently insistent on modern art and modern vision and freedom. But looking closer, we find plenty of neo-romanticism, communal formations, and nostalgia. It might even be possible to see some of the things held up as evidence of their modernism as simultaneously proof of counter-modernist ideology or spirit. For example, Karl Schorska, of course, pointed to irrationality at the heart of Klimt's art, as well as in many parallel realms in the fin de siècle, including Freud's theories on human development and the politics of the pan-Germanists. For Schorska, this marked the essential modern aspect of Klimt and his contemporaries, a set of new, unexplored realms to which they would turn their art. But one might just as easily see this irrationality as a turn toward the past, as a specific rejection of modernity and its discontents. It was certainly interpreted that way by some supporters of Klimt, as we shall see in the 1940s. In the art historical narrative of modernism, the prevalence of secession and group formations has played a crucial role. Oh, not yet, okay. The early 20th century is, of course, the age of the artistic manifesto of the communal mission. Put somewhat differently, we might argue that the secession is a later efflorescence of that deeply romantic ideal, the artistic brotherhood. In this phenomenon, young artists, most often exclusively male, but not always, fight the forces of materialism by retreat from the city and the marketplace. A paradigmatic brotherhood is that of the Nazarene, formed in Vienna in 1809. Deeply schooled in the ideas of the German Romantics, and especially Wilhelm Wachenroder, in the enormously influential Herzenergesungen eines kunstliebenden Klosterbruder, the Nazarenes turned firmly toward an imaginary medieval past and the mythic construction of the artist as a pious and passionate innocent, whose creations resulted from a desire to express a love for God. The Nazarenes went as far as they could to live in this imaginary fairy tale world, devoting their art to strangely simplified versions of primitive and early Renaissance style and subject matter, and ultimately moving together to the abandoned monastery of San Isidoro in Rome. Variations of this quasi-medieval artistic brotherhood were played out across Europe, from the Abramtsevo group in Russia to the Haute Claire colony outside of Malo. Central to this vision was not only a defense against the temptation and relentless materialism of the modern world, but an actual alternative economic structure set against the merciless individualism of the market. Counter to the prevailing branding of the individual and recognizable artist style is the stylistic similarity of the artists in these groups, whose works are often hard to distinguish from each other. The goal of this group, wrote Émile Bernard in 1891, called the Anonymous Ones, is thus art for art's sake, not glory, not commerce, not reputation, the edification of an idea, of a work. Each member contributes his effort to the whole project, end quote. To what extent is the formation of the secession driven by a similar need to face the cold realities of the art market by recourse to communal production? Where on the map might we plot the collectivity of the secession, the shared visual language of its artists? Without arguing that its structure is identical to that of the artistic brotherhood, they remain in the city and live independently from each other, was it a more practical variant, better suited to late 19th century Vienna? Well, we can certainly recognize the individualistic style of many of the Wiener Werkstätte artists. It was also characterized by collaborative projects. I would offer as an example the postcard collections they produced based on their woodcuts. Certainly, it is also worth taking a moment to point out the subject matter of the series in the context of our larger discussion. The content, largely derived from folk art and from the fairy tale, could not better reveal a palimpsest of the romantic sensibility that lay just under the surface in these early modern groups. And I think we'll hear a lot more about the folk tale, the fairy tale, and nationalism in the talk by Tim. In contrast to the focus on easel painting, the embrace of the decorative arts often characterize these romantic and neo-romantic artistic formations as well. And you can see that in Wichutkowski's image here, which is sort of made on glass. And then the little coffret or decorative box by Point. The embrace of the decorative arts often characterize these romantic and neo-romantic artistic formations as well. The reason is clear because the artists spelled it out. They aimed explicitly to revive the model of the artistic guild, a vision of totality, perhaps best embodied by the Gothic cathedral, a hymn to God in stone, wood, glass, tapestry, one to which each contributed his or her unique talent. This concept was taken to its fulfillment at the Atelier du Haute Claire, an artistic colony founded by Rosencroix artist Armand Point. Again, without pushing the comparison too far, it is at least worth thinking about in reference to the Wiener Werkstätte, the workshops formed by secession members Joseph Hoffmann and Coleman Moser. It was fueled equally, of course, by the notion of the Gesamtkunstwerk, but is worth remembering that the concept of the Gesamtkunstwerk, in spirit, if not yet in name, was the driving force between German romantic Philipp Otto Runge's times of day. Runge's Small Morning was meant to be, along with the other 3 works in the series, this is the only one that was completed and in color, was meant to be exhibited in a specially built edifice and seen to the accompaniment of music and recited poetry. Reference to contested modernism and to a romantic legacy brings us back to Gustav Klimt. Today, the most celebrated of Viennese fin de siècle artists, Klimt is known for his many portraits of modern women, an exploration of modern psychology. Due in part to the scandal over his university paintings, he has also become the embodiment of the idea of the individual triumphing over the taste of the masses, certainly a concept embraced and expanded upon in modernism. But it is easy to argue that woven throughout Klimt's work is a very highly visible thread of Romanticism. We see it in his quotation from Friedrich Schiller on the left, the quotation on the top. Well, you can see the big letters that spell Schiller. Okay. We see it in his quotation from Schiller in his painting of Nuda Veritas. If truth is naked, it is also beautiful. Beauty becomes a kind of truth above a falsely moral notion of truth. We have seen the Romanticism within the Beethoven frieze, a work devoted to the redemption of humanity by an Übermensch, and one that ends in a kiss from the whole world, an homage to communal Gemeinschaft if ever there was one. But looking a little further reveals this is not a one-off, an ideological cloak donned for the occasion, but a persistent uniform. From 1905 to 1911, Klimt worked on the commission to create 3 wall friezes of the dining room of the Palais Staclet in Brussels. Designed by Joseph Hoffmann, it was Haus as Gesamtkunstwerk, arguably the greatest collaborative work ever produced by the Wiener Werkstätte. Once again, Klimt transformed the mosaic from a painting nearly into a work of decorative art, incorporating in it marble, ceramic, gilded tiles, as well as semi-precious stones. This time, the treatment is far more abstract. Most abstract of all is the image that lay on the front-facing wall. And what is this image? Once again, ruling over the rest of the imagery, Klimt tells us, it is a golden night. What does it mean, and why is it nearly buried in abstraction? Indeed, its deeply modern language here serves to obscure its conflicted relationship to modern life. We cannot go much further in these explorations without brushing up against the interpretation of Gustav Klimt's art by the Nazi establishment. In 1943, under Reichsstatthalter Baldur von Schirach, the largest retrospective ever of the artist was held. As I have written extensively on this elsewhere, for now I'll focus on the Nazi strategy of recouping Klimt by making him a romantic, not avant le lettre, but après le lettre. Unsurprisingly, while the show displayed the full spectrum of Klimt's work, the discourse surrounding the show focused not on the emaciated sylphs and Jewish portrait sitters, but on the more allegorical and philosophical Klimt. The cover of the catalog for the show features just that detail we have illuminated, the Beethoven frieze knight here clearly as a proto-Führer figure. The longer and more extensive monograph that served as an inspiration for the show, written by the sometime stage designer Emil Perschan, opens each chapter with a quote from Goethe, from Dürer, from Friedrich, signaling Klimt's romantic and Germanic heritage. The book, in fact, is filled with romantic tropes. In the work of Klimt, the city of Vienna, which the Nazis seldom failed to criticize, if not to vilify, is turned into a resplendent corner of nature, bursting with flower bushes. As Perschan writes, quote, to find peace after all the sensual sensations of the big city, Klimt reconnected to his peasant blood by returning to the orchards of his childhood, end quote. If Klimt is given the nature-worshipping instincts of the Romantics, he is no less endowed with the same childlike wonder that inspired Runge in works such as Time of Day. Writing of Hope I, an image of a pregnant woman, in fact, one of Klimt's many mistresses, Perschan writes, quote, in his painting Fertility, he shows a mother awaiting her child, whose growing life harbors the eternal, secret mystery. he attempts to represent something holy and exalted with religious seriousness, as no one before had dared. He only shakes his head regrettably as one casts malignant suspicions and misinterpretations of his pure mind and pure intentions, end quote. Somehow this most decadent and sensual of artists, a man upon whose death 11 different people came forward to claim paternity, is here transformed into a celibate naïf. Perhaps the most vexing question, at least to me, is whether there really is something reactionary waiting to be tapped into in the art of Gustav Klimt, an artist so solidly placed in the modernist camp that the monograph on him by scholar Colin Bailey is entitled Gustav Klimt, Modernism in the Making. This is not in any way to claim an affinity between the ideas of Klimt and the Nazis, but rather to wonder if we have not been blind to a dominant romanticism and worldview that is often contrasted with rather than found in modernism. But if Klimt was still obsessed with beauty and the aesthetic elevation of the Romantics, surely no such thing can be said of his younger disciple, Egon Schiele. Schiele's art exhibits the raw ugliness that epitomizes modernism's turn against the escapism and idealism of earlier movements. So it seems a stretch to ask whether lying at the heart of Schiele, too, is a kind of morbid romanticism. For the art historian Robert Rosenblum, Northern Romantic art was characterized by the pathetic fallacy of projection onto nature of profound human despair and emotion. The melancholy and stark landscapes of Schiele seem difficult to understand apart from this concept. If perhaps it seems over-exaggerated, it did not for Schiele's greatest champion and critic, the Viennese Arthur Rösler. Rösler's interpretation of just this image relies on a neo-romantic reading of the work, which finds in it a Weltschmerz, that's my word, not his, but an apt characteristic, quote, unspeakable pain underlies the form, a pain so sincere it renounces even the slightest hope of relief, end quote. So it was rather surprising to me to find this article reproduced anonymously in the Nazi organ, the Völkische Beobachter, on November 4th, 1943. Its place there signals interest and admiration for the artist in the highest of Nazi cultural circles. As for Rösler, he was declared a Mischling under the Nuremberg laws and hence the removal of his name. Despite numerous works of Schiele's being confiscated as entatete, degenerate, I have found at least 3 works of Schiele's acquired by Viennese institutions during the period of Nazi rule. If Schiele's links to Romanticism are perhaps difficult to locate in his visual work, they are far less so in his poems. And here you can see the German, and on the right, a poem that certainly has a distinct romantic ring to it. Finally, an entirely different set of political circumstances motivated the young Poland artists and the Polish symbolists, but they highlight the instability of the term modernism in relation to such works. Less conflicted than its Viennese and French variants, Polish symbolism was also enmeshed in deep nostalgia and neo-romanticism, elements that would come to be seen not in opposition to the modern, but as constituent of it. Their champion, Stanisław Piszczewski, was repeatedly hailed as the leader of the moderns. Like their Viennese and French counterparts, Polish symbolists insisted on a new language rooted in formal experimentation and absorbed the work of their European peers through printed journals and exhibitions held in Krakow while traveling and presenting their work in Italy, France, England, Germany, etc. So should we see the themes obsessing the varied groups of artists in late 19th century Poland, myths, legend, medieval lore, fairy tale, and moody death-drenched landscapes as always and inherently reactionary? As in Germany, France, and many realms of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, many Polish symbolists were smitten with peasant life, quopomania, peasant mania, a subject that's difficult to see apart from a theory, ethnic nationalism, and an anti-modern nostalgia. I'm going to end with this work by Polish symbolist. I haven't answered many questions, but I hope I have raised some, among them whether we have projected onto the story of modern art a wish fulfillment, namely that only those who subscribe to the 20th century ideals of progress and human freedom, for example, universal suffrage, are worthy of the name modern. Is artistic modernism, in fact, entirely detached and detachable from other realms, including the realm of politics and ideology? Have we filtered out the examples and the elements that did not fit this vision, desperate to conflate artistic and political radicalism? Or is another explanation more tenable? Is it in fact central to the essence of modernism, in fact a constituent element of modernism, to approach the future with trepidation? Is part of the essential spirit of modernism, in fact, an inexhaustible nostalgia? Does an unrepentant neo-romanticism fuel not only the more obvious modern movements, such as symbolism and surrealism, but also lie beneath the surface in other modernist utopian groups and visions? While for decades scholars arguing that symbolism cannot rightly be claimed as a modernist movement because of its reactionary and backward-looking elements, perhaps it is time to rethink that and to claim symbolism not in spite of, but because of, its very contested and conflicted relationship to the modern world. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those. Another really fascinating paper. I was struck by some of the echoes with what David was saying earlier on about the irrational and you called it art for art's sake, right? All that different from what David was saying about sort of romantic enjoyment of life, right? For the sake of it, rather than and lots of interesting overlaps. Who wants to get us started with some questions? I thought you were my big.
Thank you so much, Laura, for this amazing paper. I was wondering, speaking about Liebe in Chile, you focused on the work and the symbolism within that. And I wondered whether this mythologizing and the political appropriation of it after 1938, whether that might also have something to do with an attempt of appropriating a Habsburg ideology also by the mythologizing of the artists themselves. Because of course Liebe in Chile died in 1918, so it's a very handy cutoff point, which then has a much longer trajectory because the way that we work now art historically in these periodizations goes exactly with that. And so I wonder, how the position of the artists themselves or the positioning of the artists contributed to this.
So that's a great question, and one would certainly expect, since they both died in 1918, this kind of termination point, that they might be used. But in fact, what's interesting, it's quite the opposite, because of course the Nazis completely vilify the Habsburgs and the Habsburgs, period. So they do everything they possibly can to remove Klimt from anything to do with the Habsburgs. I mean, you're absolutely right. You would think that they would celebrate that, but in the exhibition and the catalog, there's absolutely no mention of his, patronage, for example, by the in the early period, and they really bend over backwards to kind of remove that. And there's this incredible chart at the beginning, genealogical chart, where they prove that Klimt, the origin of his name is Swedish, which means he's got to be Aryan because he hails from the north, and he can't have any taint from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So in fact, they completely reject the notion of Klimt, who is forged in the he's a product of the Habsburg Empire, absolutely. So thank you for your question. David?
visual dimension of modernism, or the methodological dimension of modernism, that allows you to apply the term across these different forms and countries.
I'm not 100% sure what you're, yeah.
How would you define modernism within art history?
That's a really, no, the answer is no. You know, because there's small modernism with a small m, right? And then there's modernism with a capital M, and it's nearly impossible, even within the Symbolist movement. You have this gigantic range from almost, you know, early, basically Kandinsky comes out of the Symbolist movement, right? So you have pure abstraction, and then you have other people referring to modernism as people, let's say, like Corbett, who are showing the modern world. So I can't think of a blanket term.
I just wondering how you found your way in using the terms.
Yeah. I mean, I can only tell you that, you know, like, and that's why I gave the title of the book, you know, Gustav Klimt Making the Modern, is, you know, there's no question whatever modernism is, that it is attached to these artists. So, thank you. You know, I don't know that they, as with so many other terms, I don't think most of them use the term modernist to describe themselves. I think that's kind of a later, yeah. I mean, and it depends on, you know, you have terms like modernismo, and it comes up, you know, much more likely, or much more common, and I'm sure you know this from other groups, is the notion of youth and young, right? So you have Jugendstil and Art Nouveau, and 1,000 variants of young. So these artists at this time are more interested in labeling themselves with terms like new and young than they are with this concept of modernism.
Any other questions? I would like to just ask you for further clarification. So, is the point that, you know, in terms of you asking this question about how reactionary work people like him, is the point similar to what we were saying earlier on, that it's never sort of either or, but we are both, and so it's possible to be young and the next generation, and you know, to be asking for each epoch to be in its own artistic form, and at the same time to be nostalgic about what we're doing. And you know, is this one of those cases of different political impulses being so closely enmeshed that it's actually quite hard to disentangle them, and therefore it becomes possible for this Nazi appropriation of.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, right? Is it there, or is it only ever a question of what we see in it, right? I mean, I was saying last night, right, at dinner, I mean, you know, you could take the same image and you could probably argue polar opposite, you know, ideologies are reflected in it, if you're good at that, you know? So yeah, I mean, I think that for a very long time, I mean, I think it started changing maybe in the 1990s, you know, there was no room for anything reactionary. And if you were reactionary or you had this kind of, you know, nostalgic thing, then you weren't a true modern. And I think there's still a little bit of that, right? There's still this, you know, the same way there's this idea that you were either a degenerate artist, and so you were great and you were modern and you were liberal and you were persecuted, right? Or you were, you know, you were a Nazi artist. And of course, you know, then we have people like Emil Nolde. What do you do with someone like that who's condemned? He has the largest number of works in the degenerate art exhibit of any artist, and he joins the Nazi Party in like 1927. So clearly, you know, and I mean, his works are 100% whatever we want to define as, you know, German expressionist, modernist. So this idea that somehow those can't be bedfellows is wrong. So I mean, you know, sorting it out is complicated, and there certainly are modern artists that you know, I would never show the futurists because they give the you know, the lie to all of this. They're not interested. But even the names of these movements, you know, they're the futurists, but you think about so many of the names of these movements, which, you know, I mean, the Salon of the Rosenkreuz, I mean, you know, they're exhibiting 1892 to 1897, and they're referencing themselves on some, you know, Knights of the Order, you know, of Templar. I mean, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is group of schools that were accused of Islamic takeover of schools. And in the Islamic takeover of schools, the schools were alleged to have banned drama, music and art. And the other thing they were alleged to have done, well, the other stuff they didn't do, but this they did do, which was ban physical relationships expressed within the school. And that was by a white feminist head teacher who was at the school and did that on the basis of being able to address sexual harassment amongst pupils. When the school was closed down and reopened again, the illustrative image on the school website was Clinton's The Kiss. The school was 98.9% Muslim pupils, and that was how the school chose its return to proper life in modern Britain. So it's kind of...
Yeah, and what does Klimt represent there? And it also, you know, one of the interesting things also is you can very carefully handpick the Klimt that you want, right? So in the 1943 show, as I said, you know, there's an emphasis on the allegorical works. I mean, they're not writing about Sheila's self-portraits in the Volksschaubeobachter, you know, they're choosing the landscapes. So, you know, which Klimt are we talking about, and then how is it appropriated, and what does it mean? And, you know, in an artist which has a very big corpus of works, you probably can find one or two that stand for whatever it is you want. You know, I mean, they didn't pick the, you know, these emaciated figures, right, praying to some, you know, knight. So there's a lot of room for picking and choosing what suits your thing.
Really creative, they would have chosen the Golden Knight.
Thank you. Oh.
I'm not an art historian, so maybe my question is naive. But the notion of nostalgia often came in your talk. And I was wondering, when you look at all these Central European artists, what is their nostalgia? I mean, where are you looking back? And when you presented a Finnish artist, and I was wondering that, I think she was a she, or her, I don't know. She presented something from the Kalevala. And this is kind of, okay, so looking back, nostalgia towards something which is created, and basically it's also a forward step in creating a nation, basically by that. And yeah, this is my question, what the notion of nostalgia for Central European artists? Does it mean that looking back, they're also looking forward in creating something?
I think so, and I think it's, you know, the much broader question in folklore, Romanticism. You know, it's not an accident, right, that these things are coming together at the same time, and the different nations are looking to different moments when their nation becomes constituent. You know, so they're looking back to when they believe, you know, whatever the first great epic was or the first great myth was. But there is a ton of this, you know, evoking of fairy tale and folklore and national legend. And I think it depends a lot on, you know, sort of harnessing that, as you said, in the service of creating if we could use the word modern form of nationalism, you know, I mean, on some level, you know, this is part of a bigger discussion, right? But it's this idea of sort of justifying the present from the past, right? You know, it's this idea that there was a Germany, right? Oh, look at this great, you know, painting of you know, some German myth, even though, of course, it's a modern invention to some extent. So I think that has a lot to do with it. And at the same time, it's really in this period that you get the first professorships in things like folklore and fairy tale and national epic and national song. And, you know, artists are very, very, very much aware of this and doing the same thing. So, thank you for your question.
Actually, well, you both actually articulated a lot of what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
reception of National Socialism as being inherently, and we come to these words like nostalgic, romantic, and so forth. At the same time, thinking further back, the Germania is this national monument created on Rhine after unification in 1870, where unification is described as Wiederauferstehung, or whatever the word is like rebirth. So you talk about novelty and youth, that struck me.
Yeah.
Those are actually integral. So if we think of nationalism as being inherently modern, at the same time inherently backward-looking, at the same time, yeah. And I just wonder whether it also links to David's talk. I mean, I'm struck when he argued, I don't know if you would agree that you said that you did argue this, but saying that Romanticism ended in 1848. I don't know. I mean, these national movements reaching into the 20th century, have we not maybe just misunderstood something like National Socialism is just defined as being anti-modern? Is that not a question of what we mean by?
It's not, I mean, that's one element, right? I was thinking when David, when you were talking about, I forgot who it was, saying, this, and brought up Jeffrey Hurd, then where do you fit racial science into the notion of the irrational, or, I mean, you said, someone said, is the irrational responsible for the National Socialists or something? And it's like, partly, right? But you certainly would not have National Socialism without all of the elements of, just to name one thing, we'll call it pseudoscience, or the idea of, right? It's complicated, and maybe we need to stop, like with everything else, like nature and nurture, and to realize maybe that's part of the unbelievable appeal, is that it's both, right? Yeah. Sure.
Thinking about before we go sort of around 1900 up then to National Socialism, I was thinking as another example, actually the first Czechoslovak Republic, which is a state that presents itself as very modern, but very important to its culture was also this preservation of folk culture. And it works on so many different levels, where on one hand you have also the split between the way internationally, for example, Czechs and Slovaks are represented in different ways, where one is more folk culture, but that also serves as a justification for a state that is intrinsically modern and combined, but also has these historic roots. So I think there's so many different levels within Central Europe where all those nuances play against.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Just one thing, because it was very interesting presentation concerning this conflicting modalities. The question is, if this is not essentially also romantic, because there is this interpretation of romantic subjectivity that tells, the Polish philosopher she tells that romantic subject is in conflict because it rejects making quick answer, yes, rational and rational, yes, modern, unmodern, yes. The whole thing is that you decide to be in contradiction, right? Okay, this is painful, yes, because you have not such a quick solution, yes, but you do not agree, yes, to be pushed away from the modernity, yes, and you do not agree to reject completely the past, yes. So you are forced to invent yourself, yes. Yes, you kind of connection, yes, and this is a moment of charm when you do it, but you lost it within next moment, right? So this is your condition, yes, your mental condition. If you define it like this, what you have presented, yes, is this deepening, yes, of this romantic intuition, yes, that what we should do, yes, to stay in this conflict, stay in this contradiction, yes, because Nazis project and other projects like this is totally eliminating this contradiction. Yes, we do not live in a contradiction. Right? And the romantic condition is living in the contradiction, right? Regaining this contradiction. Yes, okay, to improve modernity and things like that. So there's also one thing, one of the traditions that supports, yes, your idea of this symbolism as a conflicted modernism. This when
really, really interesting. You know, this notion that relates to, you know, part of modernity is this kind of alienation, right, or estrangement. So to think about it that way is really interesting. That that is the, you know, that's the essential modern condition. And the only way to deal with it is I guess, acceptance, right? And that is in fact definitive of what modernism is, that you can't. So that's, and when was you mentioned a writer who is talking about these ideas. When are his ideas? You mentioned a Polish philosopher who.
Yes, Polish, but now she's working in the UK.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation of lecture paper. Thank you for discussion. And now let me invite you for a small break, a lunch break, okay? And we will meet here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
is Julia Secklehner, who it's my honor to present our guest. Julia Secklehner is a research fellow in art history at Masaryk University in Brno, Czech Republic. She specializes in modern art in Central Europe with a particular interest in cultural production in and about peripheries, questions of gender and minority representation. Her current research is focused on modernism beyond the metropolis and is a part of the project entitled Continuity, Rapture, Art and Architecture in Central Europe, 1918-1939. CRACE. That's the short for the name. She is also coordinator of the Lausanne project focused on peacemaking in the Middle East after 1980, and coordinator of, that's another title, Creativity from Vienna to the World, Transatlantic Exchanges in Design and Pedagogy, an online project sponsored by the Botsiba Foundation. Her recent publications include contributions to, and that's the title, Periodization in the Art Historiographies of Central and Eastern Europe, published by Routledge in 2022. Another book is Erasures and Eradications in Modern Viennese Art, Architecture and Design. That's also Routledge publication 2022. And she also published an Austrian Studies and the Austrian History Yearbook. So I would like to invite Julia to present her paper, The Most Beautiful Holiday Lands, Romantic Visions of the Countryside in Central European Modernism, 1918-1938.
Thank you so much. Does this work? Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you to Christian and Marek for the invitation. It's really great to be here. And I should add, for art history, actually, Poznan is really important because here's the Piotrowski Center, which Piotrowski was a very significant figure in how we might re-understand Central European modern and contemporary art. So it's really nice to be here. As you might see, my title has changed because I had a different idea that is not very well developed yet, but I hope it will leave us some room for discussion. So I'm just gonna, I would call it throw some ideas at you, and I hope you have many questions and we can talk this through. So after 1918, the importance of tourism in Austria shifted significantly, offering a way of harnessing the economic power of the country's rural hinterlands and gaining growing importance in the establishing of regional and national identities. In 1927, the regional tourist representative of the Burgenland, of all places, emphasized in no other country has tourism the political, yes, patriotic role that it has for us. With us meaning Austria broadly, not just the Burgenland. Only tourism can spin the thousands of threads which connect us with the ways of thinking and feeling of the Austrian. Through tourism, therefore, Austria was to be constructed as a new country. Beyond economic concerns, this also meant a shift in the production of art and design, especially outside of Vienna. In the process, regional and rural culture, as idealized landscapes of folk culture, became a significant part of modern artistic production. With the consideration of tourism-related material culture and design, my paper today focuses on Salzburg and the Salzkammergut region. It argues that the aims to position Austria as a touristic dreamland mobilized artistic production in these areas and formulated a modern yet nostalgic image which continues to have relevance in Austria's national and international presentation until today. With the aim to present Austria as, and I quote, a place of quaint costumes, festivals, native drama, and summer schools, as an advertising poster from the 1950s describes, tourism played an important role in the revitalization of the country after the First World War. This is, of course, a slightly later poster, and there is a fairly recent book by Gundolf Gramel which talks about tourism and Austrian identity, but he more or less starts after 1945, and I want to push this to the time before the Second World War. And Salzburg and the Salzkammergut are of particular interest here. At once an established summer location for the Viennese upper classes with the Sommerfrische that was already very present in the late 19th and early 20th century, and a region with a strong local history and folk culture, it encapsulated the historical and contemporary basics necessary to construct a modern yet traditional Austrian culture with international appeal. A particularly important aspect of this is the Salzburg Festival, as a symbol of Austrian interwar culture that has gained growing attention as one of Austria's most established cultural highlights each summer. Michael Steinberg's well-known study has argued that Hugo von Hofmannsthal conceived of the event as an affirmation of a new Austrian identity, which aimed to merge a cosmopolitan outlook with a deep Catholicism and a sense of greater German identity. And this national cosmopolitanism, as he termed it, was anchored outside Vienna and manifested a different kind of modernity in Austrian interwar culture. The 2016 exhibition, Anti-Modern, Salzburg in the Heart of Europe Between Tradition and Renewal, also addressed the tensions between modern and anti-modern worldviews in Salzburg culture between the wars, emphasizing the contradictory ways in which modernity was understood in reference to Henri Lefebvre's definition of modernity. So, I quote, "Modernity in the shadow of the revolution, absent here and incomplete there, no longer functions without crisis. Contradictions move through it, and it constitutes the world in default of a radically revolutionary negativity, which, according to the initial Marxist project, would have metamorphosed life itself. More, these crises multiply, grow closer together, and become the general rule, the norm. Multiple and multifarious, despite all denials, these crises seem to constitute our modernity. They are integral to its consciousness, to its image, to its apologetic project." The contradictions contained within this very definition finds its primary example in the culture of Austria's Dollfuss-Schuschnigg regime of the 1930s, and in relation to that, the first peak of a national identity that welded together an emphasis on regional culture and modernity in a continuous process that established a strong connection between Austrian identity and tourism. My question today is thus how design and material culture more broadly responded to this contradictory modernity. How did they encapsulate tradition and nostalgia within modern production? Who was involved in their production? And how did they complement this idealized image of Austria? I will be using two case studies which show that the way rural modernity circulated through material culture might have formed a notably coherent image, yet the way it operated and to express this cosmopolitan nationalism, if we want to call it like that, often widely differed. The manifestation of nostalgic Austria in material culture found particular attention after the takeover of the Dollfuss-Schuschnigg regime, and based on shifting economic and political circumstances, became intrinsically connected to the aims of the regime as well. Following efforts to damage the Austrian economy by National Socialist Germany through the 1000-Mark-Sperre, which forced German tourists to pay 1000 Reichsmark upon crossing the Austrian border, the new regime was forced to reorient local tourism towards broader international audiences. As Alfred Formanek emphasized in a 1935 radio program, Austria's main export good is the beauty of the country. During the time when the 1000-Mark-Sperre was in place, from May 1933 to July 1936, The Dollfuss-Schuschnigg regime thus poured extensive funds into tourist propaganda to reach visitors outside Germany. Austrian provinces where tourism had a longer consolidated history, such as Tyrol and Salzburg, gained heightened significance and became central to the image of Austria as a happy holiday land, which also came to define the official image of Austrian national identity: Catholic, rural, alpine, agrarian, welcoming to tourists, and conscious of modernity despite its strong emphasis on tradition. And one thing that I've left out is also German, of course, which also plays a role. As a part of these efforts, regional branches of the Werkbund design organization were established in Salzburg and in Styria, which through close association with the regime and related funding bodies shifted Austrian design production to encapsulate Austrianness in a form suitable for international audiences. The Austrian Werkbund was originally founded in 1912 as a progressive organization for design and architecture, and included members such as Josef Hoffmann, Josef Frank, Oskar Strnad, and Dagobert Beche. In 1934, however, the Werkbund split into two factions, with the stronger one being the conservative Neue Werkbund that was headed by the conservative architect Clemens Holzmeister, or conservative modern architect Clemens Holzmeister, who also became Staatsrat für Kunst under Dollfuss. The funding of regional branches was a consequence of this, with the aim to foster regional production in a political climate that increasingly favored romanticized notions of rural culture. Even though the Neue Werkbund also emphasized modern production, therefore, its focus was closely aligned with the reactionary politics of the regime and celebrated agrarian culture and rural life as ideal representations of Austrian culture overall. The Salzburg branch of the Neue Werkbund is of particular interest in this regionalization of Austrian design practices after 1934. It was closely aligned with the regime and supported the positioning of Salzburg as a hotspot for cultural tourism that was grounded precisely in a romanticized regional form of modernity. Even though the Salzburg Werkbund's production does not make this explicit, or not in its writing, in the publications that I mentioned, moreover, it should also be emphasized that it was from the start conceptualized as German Catholic, because immediately upon its founding, the organization also introduced an Aryan paragraph. The initial group consisted of approximately 40 members based in and around Salzburg and included individuals such as the artists Maria Zurenius and Slavi Soucek, and companies and institutions including Salzburg's famous Café Glockenspiel and Tomaselli, as well as craft businesses for carpentry, glass painting, and tailoring. The organization aimed to boost regional production and materials, which expressed local character with international appeal. An important organ to disseminate these ideas was the Salzburg Werkbund Quarterly, an illustrated magazine which published widely on topics such as design, architecture, and fashion. In April 1934, Otto Kunz, a regular contributor and the director of the Mozart Museum, as well as an art, music, and theater critic, highlighted the importance of the revitalization of souvenir culture in Salzburg. The discussion was precipitated by a competition of the Salzburg Werkbund for the best modern souvenirs, and the article, which we'll see shortly, is richly illustrated by the winning designs. They include chess figures, wooden chests, dolls, as well as painted bottles and fashion accessories, many of which were produced by Werkbund designers. Hilde Heger and Boldi Wojtek, for example, had both attended the Academy of Applied Arts in Vienna and moved to Salzburg early on in their careers. Wojtek especially has come to recent fame as the designer of the logo for the Salzburg Festival, which you see here, which merited discussion after the designer's close links with National Socialism were disclosed by Constanze Seiler's project Memory Gaps. While Wojtek's case is perhaps the best known, her activities are exemplary for those of many members of the Salzburg Werkbund. The work thus exemplifies a trajectory of modern Austrian design, which was closely tied to reactionary politics and a drive to import folklore and tradition into modern artistic practices based on nationalist sentiment. Nostalgia and tradition are the defining aspects of the souvenirs introduced, held together with references to Alpine culture. In the opening to the article, Kunz notes ironically, and I quote, "In the legendary times when there still was a now extinct traveling middle class, souvenirs had a wonderful existence." The description of objects that follows includes, and here's another quote, "small wooden mountaineering shoes from which the gentian sprouts, on its soles the imprint of the bold Alpine landscapes." And yet, the author questions, was kitsch really that despicable? After all, the word originally probably meant nothing more than good for export. What follows in the article is a justification for souvenirs as enticing objects of dreams set to appeal to the spiritual state of exception that tourists find themselves in. With the aim to cater to the needs of the contemporary tourist and to support the local souvenir industry, Kunz introduces modern characteristic examples by local designers. Moreover, by setting the work of Salzburg designers in dialogue with that of other designers from Innsbruck, Linz, Graz, as well as Vienna, the accompanying illustrations imply a sense of coherence in the presentation of Austrian handicrafts more broadly. They include, among other things, painted ceramic savings boxes by Hertha Bucher, bottle tops depicting figures from the Salzburg Festival's most famous play Jedermann, the Everyman, as well as dolls in folk costume designed to be hung as decorative objects in cars. Diverse as they are, these objects form a coherent image of Austria for export by drawing on folk culture and a playful, naive style, while emphasizing regional and national belonging through the depiction of flags, regional costume, or historic landmarks. Overall, these souvenirs do not appear particularly modern, even though certain items, such as Bucher's savings boxes, relate to the expressionist ceramics of the Viennese workshops, for example, which Bucher was also associated with. Kunz's article explicitly links the souvenirs to guidelines of modern design production, noting that the modern tourist will predominantly buy objects of everyday use. His argument is closely related to the new kind of tourist visiting Salzburg as well. Pointing out the lack of visitors from Germany, Kunz suggests that modern international, by which he implicitly, I think, predominantly refers to English and American visitors, require different kind of souvenirs that can be integrated into the modern household, yet still remind the buyer of Austria. Relating to principles of modern design, Kunz also emphasizes that material should be used in an honest manner and not aim to imitate other materials. The keywords in his description, such as groundedness, a culture of taste, Geschmackskultur, honesty and functionality, thereby reinterpret guiding principles of modern design with the aim to increase the production of handicrafts as an economy adjacent to the tourist industry. Thus, the objects must also be joyful to extend the memory of a holiday in the Alps. In the accompanying illustrations, this is exemplified in the repeated use of simplified folkloristic forms, which imply a sense of what a characteristic Austrianness might be. The modernity of the souvenirs is thus implicit in their positioning as useful objects, while their surface inscribes them as place markers of Austrian culture, in which kitsch is explicitly allowed as an expression of Alpine tradition. In contrast to the efforts by the Salzburg Werkbund, case study 2 shows a somewhat different framing of this tradition within modernity, one which is explicitly more cosmopolitan. In August 1937, the cultural magazine Die Bühne published a photograph by Robert Haas, who also did this very famous photo montage of the 1937 Austrian pavilion in Paris. And Die Bühne published this particular image alongside a humorous vignette by the young artist Liesl Weil titled Interview with a Dirndl Dress. Despite the ostensibly traditional subject matter, the image composition renders the scene in a decidedly modern light and suggests a snapshot moment in which the woman is captured in a private moment of dressing. The composition thus dislocates the dirndl from a rural setting. This position is further enforced in Weil's accompanying text, in which a dirndl in a Salzburg shop window muses about its importance in modern fashion. Playing farmer's wife and farmer is le plus chic at the moment, it says. Telling readers about potential French and Japanese customers, the dress wishes to be bought by an English woman. While it is born in Salzburg, it feels at home in the world. In combination, Haase's image and Weil's text and illustrations merge urban and rural elements, constructing a rural culture as an intrinsic part of modernity. Their approach rests on two main interpretative frameworks, folk dress as fashion and the modern woman. Shifting focus to the contribution of more progressively minded designers to the depiction of Austria as a happy holiday land, this example blends rural culture into an image in which cosmopolitanism stands in focus. In summer 1934, Die Bühne published a special issue on the occasion of the Salzburg Festival in August, which formulated a clear vision of the cosmopolitan nationalism described by Steinberg. On the cover, a photograph shows three women in traditional dress leaving the famous Mirabell Gardens, the Festung Hohen Salzburg towering in the far back. Framed by a bright yellow background and with a simple serif font, the cover merges modern page design with a photograph that emphasizes Salzburg's root in floral culture and Baroque traditions. Inside the issue, reports and interviews with cultural figures such as Holzmeister give special insight into the productions of the festival, intersected by large-scale advertisements for cosmetics and women's fashion. Throughout the magazine, women are positioned not only as readers, but also as consumers. In the central part of the issue, photo essays replace the longer articles from preceding pages. Here, the focus shifts towards the women who add a twist of modernity and glamour to Salzburg's setting. The page here shows a small drawing by the costume designer and illustrator Ernie Kniepert, as well as photographs by Rudolf Schloss and the famous Viennese fashion and dance photographer Trude Fleischmann. The contrast between tradition and modernity is combined in the figure of the fashionable young woman in folk-inspired dress, represented by Baroness Christel Fries riding a bike on holiday in St. Gilgen, and the dancer Liesl Handel, who was a ballet dancer for the National Opera, standing in front of Salzburg's famous Café Bazaar. As the different locations underline in the captions, Sommerfrische meant mobility within the Salzkammergut region, moving between Salzburg and popular locations along the Wolfgangsee, Mondsee and Attersee lakes. The region represented a readily available countryside where one could engage with folk culture at leisure. That this was different from local life is emphasized in the photograph on the opposite page. Here, local women in Tracht represent a bigger collective, their ornamented dress appearing heavy and stuffy compared to the portraits of the young modern women in adapted fashion. This model of referencing and modernization is repeated across the pages of Die Bühne, drawing an intricate link between folk culture, Salzburg or the Salzkammergut, and a rurally rooted modernity, all combined in the presentation of young fashionable women in folk-inspired dress. Oh dear. There we are. Sorry. At the hands of female designers and illustrators, folk dress, as a mark of rural culture, thus did not simply tie in with Austrian nationalism and the tourist industry. It also offered a distinctly cosmopolitan element. Contrary to the positioning of folk costumes and traditions in alignment with traditionalist reactionary culture, folk fashion represented a modern Austrian culture with international appeal. This brings us back to Weil's interview with the dirndl dress. A world removed from the Werkbund's kitschy souvenirs, the dirndl here becomes a playful modern object whose rural appearance betrays a thoroughly modern outlook. At a time when real political shifts signaled a growing exclusion of women from public life, the joyful traveling dirndl offers a different model of femininity disaffected by reactionary politics. Beyond the simple promotion of a national item of clothing, gone cosmopolitan, der Dirndlschick in Weil's hands stands in for a modern femininity which contradicted the restrictive gender and class politics in place at the time. Despite her ruralization, therefore, the modern woman in the countryside corresponded closely to an international image of glamour and consumerism. To conclude, in the 1930s, references to rural culture became a fixture of Austria's presentation at home and abroad. In the designs of rural modernism considered here, modernity and tradition are constituted as complementary to each other, reaffirming Perty Antonen's notion that modern is a temporal category that constructs its own otherness. The different models of rural modernism presented thereby offer insight into a time when regionalism and modernity represented the central paradox of Austrian culture overall. They show that the folklorism that became such a central aspect of Austrian ideology could not all be joined under the umbrella term of a reactionary modernism. Channeled through different facets of Austrian design, which were closely tied to the country's presentation as a paradise of leisure, rural modernism's nationalist cosmopolitanism should thus be reassessed as a complex composition of different elements that uniquely disseminated modern Austrian identity as a widely popular phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation and open discussion. So the mic goes to you.
Thank you. So Jonathan from Secklehner, that is a very practical question. You mentioned Liebe. Is that the Liebe who was forced into exile?
Yes, that's the Liesel Weil who, she was a cartoonist first, and then she was forced into exile in 1938. She lived a year in Rotterdam and Amsterdam, and then she had a second career in the United States as a children's book illustrator and a dancer. But actually her first job is related to Salzburg as well, because the Tracht company Lanz, which was based in Salzburg, they had outlets, fashion outlets in LA and in New York. And she, when she first emigrated to the United States, she was the shop window decorator there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for a wonderful talk. I was always wondering, since we are here at the Marshall Recruitment Center, and I was always kind of wondering, from my talk, how can I hook up with this most famous sentence, the media is the message. And now, your talk, I think I found a connection, because the media in your talk, I have the feeling, is the message. And I was wondering that you presented us posters and objects which are aimed at a foreign audience. So creating an Austrian identity through a foreign audience, especially through an affluent audience, because after 1936, or whenever this post-March there was, the Austrian tourism propaganda was aimed at rich British and French and rich Hungarian Czechs and so on. So, how do you create an Austrian identity by aiming to a foreign audience? And even it didn't work, because in 1938 nobody perceived Austria as Austria, because nobody protested against the Anschluss. So I would argue rather that the creation of Austrian identity through these pictures are twofold. We have on one side, we have this modernist aspect, Robert Haas and so on, and the only one which is aimed to the inside is die Bühne. And die Bühne is a very liberal, anti-Semitic, whatever, so it is kind of a flagship of liberal Austria, even under the circumstances of Austrian fashion. also doesn't hook up with these images, with these modernist images, but on the contrary, you have this classical Austro-fascist, I would say, images. I'm not sure whether you agree with that. So that's my point. That is twofold propaganda. One, post-World before 1938, and after 45, you hook up to the other, to the conservative image.
There's a lot to unpack here. I mean, I agree with you in principle that I think also this reactionary idea, because of course there's the whole Heimat idyll, which was easy to connect to and also had this mass appeal. And of course, aside from the posters, etc., I think there's some, while you're right that the posters especially and the souvenirs, they gear towards international audiences. Aside from the Bühne, the discussions that take place in the Werkbund, in the Salzburg local Werkbund magazine, they are very concerned with modernity, and this is specifically to local artists and producers. Die Pause and Profil would be another one, yeah. So I think that they do overlap, but of course in terms of audience, it will always be a privileged one, even though after 1935, in the Werkbund Salzburg Quarterly, for example, there is a bigger awareness of, I suppose, through the idea of the Stände and the Great Depression era, that this whole idea of the very affluent tourist has died. So this is also discussed. And they're trying to make souvenirs that become more affordable for a wider range, and this is also why they reintroduce kitsch. And on the one hand, they talk about Geschmackskultur and we need to cultivate and educate the population. I mean, Holzmeister is such a significant figure within Austrofascism, both internally and externally, because he was involved in the international exhibitions, but also on a local level as the Staatsrat für Kultur. He talks a lot about Geschmackserziehung, so the education of taste and Geschmackskultur. But then I think on a local level, people like Kunz, they realize that we also need to sell things, so there are those very real economic concerns. And there, I think it becomes slightly more flexible, and this is how they revert to kitsch, which effectively is more appealing, and this is also why it's easier to resuscitate it after 1945, I think. Yeah.
Thank you for that super interesting talk, Julia. I was going to ask something else, but while I was looking at this, it just occurred to me, and maybe I'm overreading a little bit, but it seems like the image of rural Austria is very much gendered as female. And I'm just thinking, you know, Gundolf Ramel in the book that you cited has this really interesting theory that after the war, that the Austrian countryside is gendered as female as a way of making it a kind of softer, nicer place to distinguish it from militaristic Germany. And I'm just wondering about that, and maybe it's just select here, but I just wondered if that was the general case and what the meanings of that might be, the connection between this sort of gendering of this landscape as female and then modernity.
I recently had some thoughts about this, and I think it depends on the regions. And this starts with Hermann Bahr, actually, who writes about these different descriptions of how, and he writes about Tyrol as this strong masculine place, and then he writes about Upper Austria as this very feminine, hilly, wonderful thing. And I think this is what happens to a great extent in the way that locations like Tyrol and the Salzkammergut are presented in interwar culture. And I think one of the differences is that Tyrol is always this, you go there for skiing, you go there for hiking, it's sort of those super masculine activities, even though of course women started to be involved more in this as well, whereas the Salzkammergut specifically has this culture thing, and they had of course the Weißes Rössel, the operettas, and because it was already very well known around 1900, where you had designers like Emilie Flöge going there. So I think this region in particular, maybe also through the connection to culture, was coded more feminine than other regions like Tyrol. And maybe it has something to do with the actual appearance of the landscape itself, but also with the sort of people that were associated with going there. And whether you have to fight the elements and climb the mountain peaks, or whether you can
sail leisurely on Attersee.
Thank you. And then just another question. You may not be able to answer this, but I was just wondering if you came across it in your research. What about tourism? Because Rommel completely overlooks that. The pitch of tourism for Vienna, and how that. I mean, obviously it's a city. Is it purely based on culture, or what's the? Do you know anything about the tactic there of how Vienna is marketed for tourists in this period?
I think maybe Bela can say more about this in terms of the 1937 exhibition. I recently looked at, there was in 1934 there was the Austrian London exhibition, which tried to renew ties exactly for those very reasons with Britain, and the way that Vienna is presented is really interesting, because it is, on the one hand, yes, there's this culture, and you have, I looked at the artists that are represented, it's very Biedermeier-esque, so Waldmüller is very popular in the art exhibition, for example, but then they did also this shopping street down Vienna, and they paint this very, very historic, sort of Gothicized Vienna. Stephansdom is very prominent. So I think that the interesting thing is that the more modern aspect of Dollfuss Schuschnigg Austria, but I think I would argue it already exists before, the more modern bit is actually the countryside, because you have facilities like hotels, funiculars, so you have all those tourist activities, whereas Vienna can be integrated very nicely if we're not talking about Red Vienna, it's this historic Habsburg Vienna. And because, I mean, Vienna also became quite well known as a center for filmmaking, historic filmmaking. So I think that it was fairly easy to integrate it through historicizing it and building up on this nostalgia. There's always references to Hofer. Yeah.
And is that how Tirol becomes imagined as a masculine space as opposed to, as I was going with, and you could even go one step further from the east and also but maybe there's also a far away when it comes to Tirol, and even sort of on the linguistic level, Tirol in Germany is very different as well. So the size can be much harsher, much more also. Do these things play a role in the sort of feminization or masculinization of different regions?
So when it comes to landscape, one thing that I have left out here, which is important, I suppose, in this contradiction between modernity and tradition at this time, is of course Heimat photography, and there the landscape plays a very big role. And there, the probably best known figure would be Rudolf Koppitz, Maximilian Kanitschnik, and so on. But their landscape plays a big role. But I think maybe there was this discussion about how to present the landscape as a homeland. especially in photography magazines. And I'm making this up just now, but I think that one of the issues that they had was they tried to engage amateur photographers to produce images of the Heimat by showing landscapes. But people weren't really trained how to do that. And so what they wanted for people to show is to show hotels, funiculars, those modern building structures as a part of the Heimat, and they completely failed with that. And I think that through that, probably, the landscape in itself was coded in those much more conservative terms. And if we look at the image by Haas, okay, it's very tiny here, I think it's on the one hand, of course, this unusual angle that modernizes the picture, but at the same time, it's this close cropping that doesn't really tell you more about it. I mean, it's wrong that in the Bühne there were landscape photographs, definitely. But they were, they tried to show train tracks, for an example, going through the Salzkammergut, or maybe sailing scenes would be one. And in the winter, then you have the happy holiday scenes in the Alps with skiing. But I think if you wanted it to be modern, you always had to introduce something that was connected with speed, with technology. And the landscape, as you see it on the posters, I think it's easier if you have not a photograph, if you have prints. Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question. You have posters where exactly what you say. You have cars, you have the things on the train, it's in posters of there is a connection between modernity, the landscape and modernity in these posters. Exactly that. And I think Corbett doesn't have a pan-German subtext. I mean, it's a little bit Nazi, or
so Corbett was, let's say, lucky because he died in 34, or no, 37. So he himself, you don't know about his political affiliation, but his wife, Anna Corbett, who reproduced many of his images, there was an exhibition recently because she worked with those National Socialist educational schools, and she would photograph in his style. And I mean, we can't say it anymore really what his opinion really was, but she certainly tried to present his photographs as a continuity from, even though he was very much involved with the Austro-fascist regime, but she made this continuity. And there was, you said something about gender, which I forgot. Ah, yes. Yeah. The interesting in the visual arts, especially the most significant thing is this: that there was a specific school that they called Tyrolean Modernism, and there are still discussions about this, and there's catalogs showing Tyrolean Modernism, and they all have a very clear lineage. So it starts with Der Frecker, who was a painter. He was a professor in Munich, actually, at the academy in the late 19th century. And he was very well known for his genre scenes about Andreas Hofer. So he did this huge cycle of history paintings focusing on Hofer's quest. And then you have Albin Egger-Lienz, Alfons Walde, and they all paint in a quite similar style that could also very easily be transformed to posters for tourism, handily. And they all have this depiction of the very clear, strong, masculinely connoted landscape. And I think it is this very conscious projection of having Tyrol being to the west and being different. And as Bela also mentioned, that the Tyrol, I think up until 1951, it was in the Tyrolean constitution that they would maintain sovereignty, that they were only part of Austria for the time being. So there was a very strong sense of being independent, and of Vienna, if you know the Piefke saga, I think this is a part of it, and this is also why it made it, I suppose, easier to have this masculine opposition to Vienna. And of course the Salzkammergut was always connected to Vienna because you had this tourism coming in from Vienna, which then was more connoted in feminine terms.
And I wondered to what extent this is also an environmental history, and tourism is obviously a modern phenomenon, and only becomes possible through in German I would say Erschließung, in English it would almost be more violently the conquest of nature, right? So it's the conquest of the Alps. I mean, I was struck when you say, the Alps are being portrayed as a homeland, and that sounds, parochial to say the least, it's a very parochial picture that's painted, but one that only really becomes possible through the means of modern technology that allows this conquest. That also links with, in a way, gender's way of, of looking at the landscape. That's not really a question. I was thinking that as...
No, you're right in that you also have in landscape, as I suppose is often connoted in feminine terms, because it can be conquered and owned and appropriated. And there's also this interesting thing when I looked at a little bit more at tourism posters, especially after 1934, and there is often where literally the dirndl becomes the landscape. So you always have a female figure, and then you have, I don't know, casinos and snowy landscapes and everything on the dirndl dress or the woman's body. And this is, of course, very different to the way that the female designers show. I mean, I wouldn't, strictly speaking, say this is how men did it and this is how women did it, but let's say the more progressive images, they show a very different way of how woman and dress are used within this national ideal, yeah.
I have a question with Amerikaner, who's never been to the Salzkammergut. And one thing that's never really, in my experience, been spelled out clearly is how far is the Salzkammergut from Salzburg? And can you say something about the geographical and sociological relationship between those two things? Obviously, you have a lot of wealthy people nearby. I just never had any wealthy friends, so I don't know anything. But you make Salzburg sound, to me, a little bit like New York City in the 1920s. It's not like that. It's not all women in fashionable hats and dresses. And so that's why I'm picking up a little of that. But what is the relationship between the Salzkammergut? Is it 5 miles away, 50 miles away? And how does that affect the way the festival developed and so forth?
Yeah. So, I would say the story of the Salzkammergut, as I've said, that starts earlier, which starts with, there was I think it was in the early 19th century, because some people might argue that the capital of the Salzkammergut is actually Bad Ischl, because there is an imperial residence there, which Francis Joseph was very drawn to, where he spent a lot of his summers. So even in the 19th century, the court went there quite a lot.
Where is it?
It's in the west center of Austria. It's 3 counties. It's Upper Austria, Styria, and Salzburg, and it's a lake region.
Far then from Salzburg proper?
No, it's close to.
What's the physical relationship and then the class sociological economic?
So depending on where you go, it's, I would say, as close to maybe half an hour from Salzburg. It's not very far.
With one of those automobiles they had in those days?
Yes. Yeah, I would say so. Also with bus. I mean, Lake Mondsee is very, very close to Salzburg, for example.
The rich people in the Salzkammergut would have a big impact on the way Salzburg developed in terms of culture and fashion and style and so forth.
So that needs to be nuanced. Because the thing is that many of the tourists to the Salzkammergut were from Vienna, right?
Yeah.
And then when Salzburg became this touristic location, which to some extent it already was, but that really happened through the Salzburg Festival, which was made by people coming from Vienna, trying to create something new after 1918. So in a way that was also connected, in a way everything goes through Vienna. But Salzburg had this advantage of being a historic city, an archbishopric, if this is what it's called. So it had a strong local identity and a proximity to the Salzkammergut, which did not necessarily relate, but it made it very handy as a touristic location. And within the Salzkammergut itself, you had this imperial center, let's say this mini imperial center, which was Bad Ischl, but then you also had salt mines, or you still have salt mines, which are quite important. And so you have smaller centers, very much in the mountains, so there were many smaller regional cultures, and in the national revival movements at the turn of the 20th century, these were discovered. And you have ethnologists like Karl Mautner, for example, who would go to one specific town and collect the folk culture. So rather than it just being one, it's really a place where local specificity of some sort of folk culture, which of course in the end is all somehow connected, that was really celebrated, and that was already established by the time that Salzburg became this place, but which made it all the more appealing to a Viennese and more international audience.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I don't know if you know, Nikolai, are the Bergefilme, are those ever in the Austrian mountains, or are those only in German mountains? The Bergefilme?
Bergfilm.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're sort of in the borderlands, right? So you have Tyrol, Switzerland, maybe France, but you have, isn't one of the very famous ones is so one of and it's Funk is one of the filmmakers, and you have Louis Trenker, who is a very important figure, then also in Austrian, because he was also a writer, and he was sort of the ultimate mountain guy who started with those films. But I think one of the best known ones is maybe the White Hell on Piz-Balue, and Piz-Balue is in Switzerland? Okay.
And am I misremembering that the protagonist tends to be female, or is it just that I'm thinking of the Lenny Bruce novels?
I think that's different, but I think that they show a pretty conservative gender image. Yeah. Because, I mean, they evolve in time, and then one is... To be honest, I've mostly looked at the ones with Trenker, and they become sort of the Lost Son, for example, where then you have this very typical city of, I think it was actually a Hollywood production in 1934, 35, sometime in the first half of the 1930s, and it's about someone from a Tyrolean mountain village who goes to New York, and then he realizes actually the modern world is really terrible, and then he goes back and he finds love, and everything is happy in the mountains. Is that correct?
No, but the end, I mean,
but I think it is a lot about sort of conquesting the mountains, the Alps, but then also finding the home and finding love. But I don't think that the female perspective, the female perspective is quite limited. The male one too, but it's very conservative. So Trenker is from Bozen or Meran. The interesting thing about, even though obviously politically it was a very difficult and hotly debated issue, the split between Tyrol and South Tyrol, which was ceded to Italy. But I think that in visual artists especially, they made a very big point out of calling it a Tyrolean identity. And I think that it was mostly in later years, so after 45, that Trenker emphasized his South Tyroleanness more. Because then of course became more discussed again, but especially after 1918, this whole idea about the Kaiserschützen, and this it was more to enforce a unity. And this is also why in Tyrol you have this regional identity above the national identity. Yeah.
So you were saying that in this period, this art, tourist art, was to promote Austria outside Austria. And after Anschluss, when it became part of the Third Reich, it was like promoting a new region to the German tourists, or did it change, or did it continue in this style until 1945?
I must admit that I don't know, because my research mostly stops in 1938, 39, up until now. But what I look at instead is I'm more interested in the transnational representation, because I think it's important to emphasize that Austria very much lends itself to this image, because you have the regime which makes it very fitting, but then if you look at Czechoslovakia, for example, at the same time, it's not so different in terms of how it presents its countryside. And you also have a kind of photography with people like Karol Blitzka, who produce very similar images. And one of the biggest problems is that historiographically those things are presented in very different ways. But at the time there was quite a big lateral exchange between those countries, because especially in eastern Czechoslovakia there were also many spa towns, and they tried to promote their own countryside. And while I was looking at the Bühne for examples, I found advertisements for Czechoslovakia as the perfect holiday country. And I should have shown this actually, because it's very similar to the way that I showed in the posters. That is advertised to Austrian tourists, and that it's this wonderful, affordable, exotic, nice holiday land. And so there's also always this self-exotization for the purposes of tourism. Yeah, that didn't answer your question. I don't know exactly how it continues after 38, but yeah, it's important to not only look at one specific location, but really see it as a bigger phenomenon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the discussion. So let's have a break, and we'll begin.
We'll just wait for Laura and Jan to rejoin us. Hope. I'll just introduce Tim, and then I'll sit down and listen. Ah. Möchtest du den Meister? Just wait 2 more minutes for. On his way, and I don't want to deprive Tim of speaking time. So I'll start with the introduction, and then hopefully Jan will join us. So it's a real pleasure to next introduce you to Tim Corbett. Most of us know Tim well, or reasonably well. Some of us know him very well. Tim's a historian, a writer, a translator, an editor based in Vienna. His first monograph, Die Grabstätten meiner Väter, die jüdischen Friedhöfe in Wien, was published in 2021, and it's really had an incredibly impressive, sort of rarely impressive reception, testifying to a detail and depth of scholarship, in this case on the cemeteries, the Jewish cemeteries in Vienna, that I think are a reminder of what scholarship should be, and perhaps once was. Tim's other big projects include work on the Jewish community in Vienna, as well as on the memoirs penned by Jewish Austrians and Austrians persecuted as Jews under National Socialism, who emigrated and fled to the United States. Tim's research specialisms, I guess, fall into Austrian history, the former Habsburg Empire, and in particular, as the earlier titles mentioned, reflect on Vienna's Jewish histories. I've read some of Tim's work, and it's amazing how he sort of spans the historiographical and the conceptual. Today's paper takes us, I think, you tell us that, into a slightly different direction from where much of your previous work was focused. Tim's the recipient of a whole range of awards and prizes, including the Prize of the City of Vienna for Outstanding Achievements in the Humanities. He's held scholarships on both sides of the Atlantic. He's been a visiting fellow in the Center for Jewish History and the Museum of Jewish Heritage in New York City, at the Institute for Contemporary History at Vienna University, and for a long time at Vienna's Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies. So there's much more one could say, but with that I'll hand over to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Christian. And I would just like to join the chorus of thanks to Christian and Marek for organizing what is already a really splendid workshop. It is really my pleasure to be here. And also wonderful that, particularly with Julia's talk just now, it is leading very nicely into my talk, so that's also pleasing. This is indeed really a departure, so I took Christian's invitation really to heart to do something new. So I am definitely not presenting any kind of polished research today. This is something completely a sort of tangent or different project for me. Yes, so without further ado, any of you who have been to Vienna might have looked up and noticed images such as these on municipal buildings, usually very bucolic, so showing scenes of hunting on the left, of harvest on the right. You might have noticed that they can be quite historical, so showing the old city defensive fortifications on the left, or on the right, an entire segment of the old city. Sometimes these go into the medieval, again, without telling you exactly what it is. I think you can recognize on the left that is a very medieval image, or alluding to the Middle Ages. On the right, you can see, on the other hand, a very religious image. And yet you will also notice that all of these images are on decidedly modern buildings. And without having to get into a huge discussion about modernism in architecture, I mean, it doesn't get more modern. So just to briefly summarize what exactly I want to talk about today, it is mostly based on these images. So this is quite a superficial talk, and I don't mean that in a self-critical way. I mean that I am really interested today in surface images, but also in the, sorry, I'm not an art historian, I should say that right away, so I don't mean that also to be a denigration. I'm very interested in what the art historians have to say about all this. I am, though, also interested in the linkages between these superficial images and other levels of textuality and of conceptions in modern Viennese history. You won't be surprised to hear that this is very much a story of cultivating a local Viennese identity. Okay, this identity concept is very overused and rarely well explained, but in any case, a kind of historical self-conceptualization. And the key point, which I think is how this links to the workshop, is that this is also very much a story of mythologization, of romanticization, to link with David's talk. And I hope that maybe this will contribute to thinking about what that means. I mean, what does it mean to romanticize the past? I really don't want to say too much about it. I prefer to focus on the actual empirical sites that I want to show you. I will just remark, I mean, obviously cities are constantly changing, they're constantly renewed, but certainly something that I think that these types of images show, certainly in Vienna, is that there has never before, I would say, been such an obsessive self-referentialism, such an obsessive engagement with one's own past, as you see here in the 20th century. This is very much a 20th century story. Just a quick note on that. In preparation for this, I visited 80 addresses in 15 districts in Vienna. There are really hundreds of these murals and artworks and so on. Obviously, I'm only showing you a small selection today. There is, I found, actually an astounding amount of work already done on these. A little bit disappointingly for me, because actually what I'm doing isn't that new. However, it bears mentioning that this is all in very local historiography. So German language, very local, and all of the work that has been done emphasizes the extent to which this stuff, even though it's so present in the city and it's so visible, is absolutely absent in public consciousness. So it was interesting to me to see that even the fact that it has been explored by historians already, but that hasn't come across in historiography on a larger scale either. So that is maybe also something I'm trying to do here, is to bring this into a bigger historiographical context. So a brief note, this is the period I'm covering, so you'll see again how it links with Julia's talk. I probably don't need to give you a rundown on this. It's a very short period of about 40 years that I'm looking at, but covering extreme ruptures in modern Austrian history through extremely different regimes that ruled the city during this period. And yet, this is something I will tell you, spoiler right away, is what you find here are astounding continuities. I mean, really astounding. And that begins on the level of the architects and artists involved in the works that I'm going to show you. Literally hundreds of artists producing thousands of artworks, but also, more importantly, the themes, right, which relate to local law and legend. Law, that's L-O-R-E, not L-A-W. So this sort of mythologized view of local history. Another issue that comes up very strongly is what I would call corporatism. I don't know if it's clear what I mean by that. So the Austro-fascist regime understood itself as a Ständestaat, right? The Stände in this sense of medieval estates, and in that sense corporate. And that is something that, even though that's particular to the Austro-fascist regime, I would say actually it's aesthetically, it goes through all of these systems. And I would say there is a very clear clash of Romanticism and modernity here, though, again, following from David's talk, I think I'll leave open what exactly that might mean for now. So, having said that, I will get straight into the first part, which is Red Vienna. This was obviously one of the biggest characteristics, or one of the biggest legacies of Red Vienna, was the social housing projects that were built during this time, which was seen as really seminal for similar projects globally. When tens of thousands of apartments within massive housing complexes were built during this period. There was also a new law introduced, which was very significant for this topic, which is that 1% of all construction, the construction budget for any municipal housing project had to be set aside for artwork. So that also explains this abundance of artwork. That's how it was financed. That's actually written into law. And significantly, that law was taken over by every successive regime and continues to be in law today. So that explains why you have so many of these public artworks. So not surprisingly, under a very far left regime, the complexes, I don't need to probably elaborate on that, were extremely modern in their design, and yet at the same time very historicist. Is this the little red pointy thing? No, it isn't. How do I point? Yeah. So examples of the kind of historicism of these, if you look here, for example, the pointed arches, I mean, is a very clear allusion to Gothic architecture. It's a bit dark, but if you notice, the gates are formed like tridents. I mean, you have these heavy wrought iron lamps. I mean, there's a lot of historicism still within these extremely modern complexes. This is a site that was named after a social democrat originally, then under the Austro-Fascist regime was renamed Rabenhof, which takes its name, as is today explained on a plaque, from the street, which in turn was named after a building that used to stand on this site, which was known as the Haus zum Raben, the Raven House. That's also significant because this ties in with the creation of a local kind of law, local identity, that buildings used to have, rather than numbers, they used to have names. There was a kind of identity by the buildings, which often went over into street names. And in the 20th century, there is this explicit attempt to go back to this and to link the names of buildings to local history, in inverted commas, history. Folklore is a huge theme in this context. So here you see a house in the Schönlaterngasse, which links to one of the most famous legends in Vienna, the legend of the basilisk, which you probably know from Harry Potter. There are also basilisk legends, actually, in many cities in Central Europe, but this is the one that's particular to Vienna. Now, the legend itself is dated very specifically to the year 1212. It's claimed that the original inscription on the original building dated to the 16th century. The current building only dates, in fact, to the 18th century, and the current inscription dates to 1932. So what am I trying to say with this? All of this is cultivating a sense of historicity, of this being a genuine medieval legend, when in fact, in this form, it is exceedingly modern. A similar example is the Spinnerin am Kreuz. This is one of the most famous local legends in Vienna. It's on a site that used to stand quite outside of the city. Now it's in the 10th district. You'll notice that there is one of the Red Vienna huge council houses right behind it now. There are a lot of legends surrounding this pinnacle. It says on the right here that it was built in 1452, though even that I think is contested whether that's true or not. It's also contested who built it, but I'll get back to that. And there are legends linked to the actual pinnacle itself. So the most famous is that a crusader is going off to fight in the Holy Land, and his wife, being a good wife and a pious Christian, she decides to sit on this spot every day and spin and sell what she creates to fund this votive offering so that he returns, which of course he does. That's probably the most well-known legend. In reality, if you look on the left here, you can see an old woodcut. You can see the gallows there. Basically, this spot was an execution site. And there is another legend where a thief is being hung and someone in the crowd says, "Oh, I wonder what he feels like." So the thief says, "Oh, that's my accomplice." And the man is almost hanged as well, and then he learns his lesson, and in thankfulness for his life, he has this thing. Okay, whatever. Point being, once again, there is this creation of a local law surrounding these sites, going all the way, as I've already intimated, to the architect Hans Puxbaum, who actually was one of the architects who worked on the St. Stephen's Cathedral, and there's a wonderful legend about him going into a pact with the devil, and he doesn't stick to his side of the bargain. And if you can tell that little black figure there, That's him being cast off the tower by Satan. So lots of legends involved here. This is probably the most explicit place where you find legends being resuscitated and referred to in Red Viennese architecture, even from the name. This is actually called the Vogelweidhof, but in popular parlance in Vienna, it's called the Märchenhof, so the fairy tale court. It was built in the late 20s. It has a bunch of frescoes in the main entrance hall, which are more run-of-the-mill. They refer to sort of accomplishments of Red Vienna in sports and healthcare and so forth. But more interesting for me, if you can see down the side there, and there are these references to local legends again. So here we once again have our Meister Puxbaum, the same we just saw, who goes into his contract. It's rather on the nose. You see it actually, it even says contract on there, and that's the devil in case you haven't noticed. And that's, oops, oh geez, I'm not very good at this, sorry. That's Puxbaum being cast off the tower by the devil. But what's really interesting here is the center of the image, which just shows a stonemason, so bear that in mind. Here we have the Stock im Eisen, again a very famous local legend, very similar story. There you have the devil sort of, tricking this guy. But what you have in the middle, again, is a locksmith. And that is significant because what these are referring to is less the legends themselves and rather the trades that all these legends reflect, which are stonemasons, cobblers, smiths, bakers, tailors, and carpenters. So you can see right here what I'm saying about corporatism, but even though this is Red Vienna, I think it's already pointing forwards actually to a rather central feature of Austrofascism. This is Stock im Eisen I mentioned. I keep trying to refer these back to actual texts of legends in Vienna. So here, for example, Wahrzeichen is like, God, how do you say that in English? The sort of sites that make up a place, and so this is listed as one of the main sites. The Stock im Eisen, the wood with all the nails in it, is a real thing. It still exists next to St. Stephen's. You can see it, so there you go. I just wanted to refer, and I mean, I don't think that I'm being too crass in pointing this out, but I would say this looks rather anti-Semitic to me. I mean, that is a feature that I think is worth pointing out, that the devil has these rather anti-Semitic features, particularly when you look at this sort of hapless little blonde Aryan boy here. I mean, it seems rather on the nose to me, and again, significant to say that this is the 1920s, not the 1930s that we're looking at. I did warn you, this is a lot of information. I hope that the correlations become clear. So this actually draws all the way through into the post-war period. So again, here, the devil, he is ubiquitous in Viennese legends. It's a very Catholic city. Again, I find these very Semitic features, or anti-Semitic rather, especially contrasted to the sort of heroes who, well, have stumbled right off the pages of a Nazi propaganda slide. And in fact, this story on the right, I'm really not being far-fetched. This is actually the illustration to a story about a Bavarian peasant girl who is abducted by gypsies, literally, and dragged across the country until she's saved by her gallant knight brother. So, I mean, it's rather racist, to say the least. This is from the 1950s, by the way. Another continuous theme is the so-called Turkish danger. You find this quite ubiquitously. So here you have a housing block from Red Vienna called the Türkenriedhof, and this relates to a local legend. This was the site of one of the biggest battles in the Second Siege of Vienna in 1683. And every year for a couple of centuries after that, annually, they would have this procession where a Turk, as you can see very stereotypically, he's got little pointy shoes and a turban. He's sitting backwards on a horse and holding onto the horse's tail. And they would reproduce this and ride this guy around and laugh at him and basically make fun of the Turk. So, nice little pop culture practice there. That actually stopped in the 18th century already, but in the 20th century it becomes resurrected by Red Vienna. And today you have this plaque, this is very typical of Austrian politics of history, rather than renaming the site or something. They put a plaque to explain why it's like that. I mean, if you were Turkish living in Vienna, you might not feel satisfied by that. But anyway, again, Turks are a hugely recurring theme in Viennese folklore, and usually very stereotypically portrayed. That the Turks were a kind of vilified people in the early modern period is understandable, but I mean, this is a book from 1993, so again, I think it's a bit problematic. So moving on to Austrofascism, the cultural policy under Austrofascism was focused very much on religion, Catholicism, but also mythology, and as I've mentioned, this corporatist vision, this idea of Austrian society as consisting of certain estates. In terms of construction, the Austrofascists, while they were sort of the mortal enemies of Red Vienna, they actually, in some ways, imitated some of the projects of Red Vienna, including in housing construction. There is then we're back to the paradoxes of modernity. They created a so-called Sanierungsfonds. This is, Sanierung is a word that means sanitation, but basically means redevelopment. So what was done was that entire, sometimes neighborhoods would be bulldozed, historic neighborhoods would be bulldozed, modern buildings put in their place, which obviously stands in contrast to a movement that sees itself as actually being kind of anti-modern. So, just to give you a couple of examples, the building on the left here was built under Austrofascism, and I think you can see what I mean when it is quite a decidedly modern design. A similar building on the right by the same architect from the Red Vienna period, so there is a very obvious continuity. Again, mythology is a huge issue. This idea of the house name, right, that is picked up in a very big way. So this house became known as Zum Wassermännlein, right? And this is, I was thinking about talking about the Alps and sort of the personification of the Alps and so on. So these water-based legends are quite common in the Austrian local folklore. In this case, it's a nasty little man who lives in the Danube, and he pulls all these hapless boys down to drown. If you play too close to the water, you will drown. That's the kind of message that these legends want to portray. But the idea of building these huge housing complexes and then naming them after local folklore is again intended to link them into sort of a rather mythologized sense of local identity. These again, you can see how common these water-based motifs are in several books based on the Danube, for example. And I think I mentioned this briefly yesterday in a conversation. This is, of course, very much the contrast to the Alpine-based Austrian culture that Julia was talking about. This is more like the Danube-based Austrian culture of this period. Religious motifs are also very common. This was built in the mid-30s and is commonly, I mean, this is obviously the Archangel Michael defeating the dragon, is commonly interpreted as an allegory showing the Austro-fascist victory over Red Vienna, but will become significant again in National Socialism. Probably the most obvious place where you have this clash of a modernization drive with a romanticization of the past is in this area, the Operngasse. So what you see on the left is a building that I would say looks like Bauhaus to me. You know, it's extremely modern from its design. But what you see on the mural is the huge historic complex that was demolished on this site to build these modern buildings. So this is exactly this clash again, that it's a movement that stylizes itself as preserving Austria's historic cultural identity, while in fact it's also bulldozing historic heritage. Again, I don't think it's far-fetched to call that Bauhaus from design, and yet when you look at the mural, this is from 1936, you find here, for example, a white slave in an Ottoman camp, the city of Vienna burning from the Ottoman siege, and so on. It's all pretty on the nose. Not surprisingly, Turks again are a big recurring image in this artwork here again, with turbans and so on and so forth. You'll see there are a lot of these recurring motifs. Moving on to this corporatist thing that I keep mentioning, this street is called the Wollzeile, like the wool mile. It's a name that goes back to the Middle Ages, and here you have a modern housing complex that shows I wouldn't know what you would call this in art historical terms, but it shows in quite a modern style, I would say, these sort of idealized wool merchants from yesteryear, let's say. I mean, it's a little bit vague with the periodization as well. I've even looked just at the first district at the street names, and what is striking is the huge number of names that actually link to trades. So in some ways, this whole estates thing, and these also happen to be the oldest street names in Vienna. So I don't know if this would surprise you or not, but for example, the Habsburgs really streets are only named after them in the late 19th, early 20th century. So this estatism really is referring back to a very, perhaps, idealized view of the Middle Ages. There is some imagery from Austrofascism that I think is very fascist in its style. I mean, I don't need to probably go into that much. And there is a beautiful continuity as well from Austrofascism to National Socialism. So there are a bunch of projects that weren't completed yet under Austrofascism, were simply completed by the Nazis. And again, you can see continuities in the aesthetics. So we have the estatist thing again. Here you have different sorts of tradesmen. And at the bottom, this quote, which in translation says, there is only one aristocracy, excuse me, the aristocracy of labor. Now that is a quote by Adolf Hitler, as it used to be stated, and this is a nice example of Austrian denazification. They just removed Hitler's name and left the quote, which, well, and you'd be surprised how much of this there is in Vienna, actually. So here we have a mural from 1941. There's so much packed into here. You have the medieval city with the medieval battlements. The cannonballs are a common motif referring to the Turkish siege, as are the tents that you see here. Though in fact, if you look at the inscription, this refers to the Hussite wars, right? So you have this sort of invocation of the eternal enemies, the Hussites, the Turks, and this is of course 1941. I mean, the context of the war is pretty self-evident. The corporatist thing continues in National Socialism. I'm sorry that it's not very clear here, but this is in a particular old neighborhood. You have two neighborhoods that met at this site, and all of these images on the left and right of this building represent all these different tradesmen who worked there, knights, brick manufacturers, merchants, all sorts. The artist in this case actually was a member of the Nazi Party as well. And the head of the Künstlerhaus, I don't know if you guys know him, what was his first name? I didn't look. Could be. Sounds right. To be discussed. So you saw the Archangel Michael later. You might notice a similarity here, but with a shift in signification. So once again, we have a dragon slaying image, but this is no longer Christian. This is Siegfried defeating the dragon Fafnir. So the shift isn't, I would argue, so much in the aesthetics or the imagery. It is rather more in maybe ideological. I mean, in this case, obviously moving from Christianity to the Nibelungen legends, but again, based on a legendarium. Some of them are really, I mean, the fact that this still exists is so frightening. This is a photo of the original artwork showing a very Aryan family. The children are in, I mean, that is a Hitler Youth uniform, and that is a swastika. And all that was done after 1945 was to paint out the swastika. That is literally it. And this just stood there for decades. And then in the 90s, there was finally uproar. And if you can see, there's a huge glass plate over it now. And the word ideal, ideal, is written backwards, so it's this idea that it's referring to the backwards idealism of National Socialism. Again, you would be amazed how many Nazi artworks are actually still visible on the streets of Vienna. Okay, I don't know how I'm doing for the time. Okay. I'll just keep moving. So we're into the post-war era. It won't surprise you to hear that, of course, in the post-war, Austria looks even further into this sort of idealized past, everything that is sort of historical and idealized, anything to forget the recent past. And at the same time, paradoxically, focusing on the present in what has been called the reconstruction myth, right? This idea implicitly that, you know, Austria was a victim of the war. I'm not saying a victim of National Socialism, but a victim of the war, certainly, and this pioneering spirit of rebuilding the country, that all of this becomes very clear. Again, I mentioned that there have been studies done. I mean, there was one historian that actually wrote a dissertation in the 80s, that far back already, on these artworks, and she broke this all down into categories, which is very useful. She found that nature, like here, was by far the largest category or theme in these artworks, about 40%. But work, again, this, I would say, kind of corporatist thing, depicting work and jobs and different types of work, that was about 10% of these. And then folk culture and history together also make up about 10%. So again, I mean, a huge continuity with the kinds of themes that you had through the 30 years previously. And historicization, as I would call it, is a really significant theme that you find throughout Vienna. So this area, the Ruprechtsplatz, it's the oldest area in Vienna. That's the oldest preserved church in Vienna. But as you can tell from how open the square is today, it suffered significant bombing damage at the end of World War II, and there was fighting in this area too. So a lot of what was rebuilt around it is post-war. And yet you've already seen this in the beginning. That is a sort of scene, and it's really like you peel away the facade of the modern house, and behind it is Vienna in the 18th century. This in the front is Vienna in 1492. The image I had on the very front of the presentation, that's actually, this mural is based on that. Although, I don't know if you can tell, but there are tents there, which is really bizarre, because there were no tents before Vienna in the 1490s. So here we're already at the point of being anachronistic. They're taking the whole Turkish danger legend, linking it to this historical view of the city. And anachronism is a big thing in folklore as well. First, Middle Ages are a big theme in folklore. So this is the inside cover of a book from the 60s. You can tell that the Danube begins in Regensburg and it ends in Vienna, obviously. Vienna is encased in its beautiful, you know, city walls, which actually don't exist anymore since the 1850s. You see some nice little Turkish riders down here with their turbans, just in case you weren't sure who they were. And here the Danube king, I mean, this sort of legend figure, again, is very significant in this context. And as for anachronism, so this is a nice little story about the people of Ulm who were trying to build the cathedral, and they were too stupid to figure out how to bring the wooden beam into the city. So someone else pointed out that you turn it around. That's what the story is about, but that's not what I want to show you. If you see the silhouette of the cathedral in the background, that was particularly the spire, which is apparently one of the tallest spires in the world, was only completed in the 19th century. So it's just to draw your attention to how utterly anachronistic these visualizations of the Middle Ages were. So this Asanierung that I mentioned, that was begun under Austro-fascism, continued with full force in the 1950s. So here, for example, an entire neighborhood was demolished in the 3rd district. I forgot to mention, sorry, maybe you figured it out for yourself, but that number always refers to the district. And this is so typical, you know, you bulldoze a neighborhood, and then you commemorate the bulldozing of the neighborhood and the neighborhood you just bulldozed. I mean, it's a really bizarre approach to history, right? I mean, this is just to give you an example. It's a picture that's still the 50s. I mean, this was really like a neighborhood of old hovels and stuff. These were decried as cesspits. They didn't have running water. They didn't have electricity. I mean, it was not a pleasant place to live. So that's why they bulldozed it. But as soon as they bulldozed it, they then started to romanticize these wonderful little neighborhoods that no longer exist. This is in particular a wonderful image because that building still exists. And then just by contrast to the surrounding buildings, you get a sense of how that neighborhood has changed visually. There was in fact a chapel, and I mean this site alone has so much history in it, but there was a plague pit, right? Plagues being another big theme in folklore, which had a plague memorial built. Later the chapel was built on there, and then the chapel was incorporated into the modern apartment complex in the 50s. It was then named Magna Mater Austria, Great Mother Austria, and on the right is a plaque that basically implies that Austria is always victimized by you know, the French and the Allies and poor Austria and Mother Mary should pray for them. On the left is a song about the neighborhood that was demolished and how wonderful it is and what a beautiful homeland it was. And at the bottom you have, in case you didn't get it, like a little aquarelle showing how beautiful it was. I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, this place was bulldozed because it was a cesspit, and then it becomes utterly romanticized. And by the way, the guy who wrote the text was actually from Bohemia, so he's not even from there, just saying. So, plague, as I mentioned, big theme in Viennese folklore. That, by the way, is in the chapel. Can you recognize what it is by now? It's a cannonball. So this chapel, you have the plague, you have the Turks, you have the victimization of war. It's really incredible how much is in there. Incidentally, in a pub around the corner, I found this. This is really bizarre. So this was created in the 1950s. Again, you can see St. Stephen's, so it's clear that it's Vienna. You have cannonballs, you have tents, you have the half moon. I mean, it's all a reference, obviously, to the Turkish siege. And at the same time, this rather questionable image of a black servant boy serving Emperor Leopold I. I mean, again, it gets a little bit racist here, and they added in this Irish pub a Guinness later, which is, you know, well, you can debate about good taste. There is also explicit mythologization here. In a modern building on the left, you have Viennese legends. You'll notice the mermaid from the Danube, the Spinnerin am Kreuz, things I've already mentioned. On the right, it's a little bit more oblique. You'd have to know exactly what you're looking at, but these are the different neighborhoods that make up this district and all the different crests of the neighborhoods that went to make up the crest. Again, it's just cultivating a kind of very, very local. This is not even a Viennese identity. This is really a district or a neighborhood identity. The corporatism continues. I think that's fairly evident here. You have a man in a suit, a bricklayer, even a woman, which is very progressive that you have a woman at all. Sort of moving quite quickly because I'm running out of time. Yes, right, and in terms of continuity, I mean, this one, you've seen the pictures that I showed already showing what were very clearly Nazi families. Aesthetically, I don't think it's far-fetched to say that this is very similar, let's say. It's, again, very bucolic. It's showing this wonderful Aryan family who are all blonde, sort of sitting there in their little beautiful garden, even though this is a huge, ugly, grey, modern apartment block. There are just loads of continuities here. Folklore, by the way, is similarly problematic. So here you have two quite well-known books from the 50s. Both of these authors, Gugitz and Stewig, were Nazi party members, wrote a lot of very Nazi-inflected histories during the Nazi period, and then after 45 they start writing children's stories, which is interesting because you think, what does that mean? I mean, it's like children's stories are not ideological, you know? They're just nice little stories, they're not ideological, but then of course if you start to really look into them, well, here for example you have a story from 1964 about the eternal Jew. He comes to Austria every so often because he's wandering the world, and then a hunter tries to shoot him because he thinks he's a thief, and the bullet rebounds and kills the hunter, and the Jew keeps wandering the earth, which I feel is like you could almost read it like, oh, if you try to kill Jews it will hit you back in the face. I don't know what it's trying to say actually. Here's a similarly problematic story from the same volume showing what is very obviously characterized as a, quote, gypsy. I mean, there are some really racist stories, and this goes all the way through into the 1990s. Here's the eternal Jew on the left still, and this is probably the most disgusting story I've found. It's a story, it is literally called The Gypsy on the Gallows, and it's about a so-called gypsy person who was hanged for whatever misdemeanor, and a lovely local farmer who's really nice, he saves him, and as a thanks, the gypsy robs him, so the farmer hangs him up again, and the final sentence says, "This time we were successful." That's published in 1993. That's basically pretty much it. I told you this is not a polished story, so yeah, I'm not even going to say many conclusions at this point, I think, because I've been talking for quite a while. So I'll just sum up very quickly. what I'm interested in here is, as you've already noticed, this layering of kind of cultures or local cultures, that you're looking not even just at Viennese, but really looking almost on very local levels, even on district levels. And I think there's a nice contrast there with Julia's work at looking at the Alps, for example. I mean, is this even Austrian or is it Viennese? I mean, you could debate that. A note why I end this project around 1960 is very pragmatic, because around that time, basically, all this entire raft of architects and artists pretty much die around that period, the ones who built all this stuff before. And certainly the murals and artworks of this kind, they change after the 60s. So when you see them from later periods, they become much more abstract, or they're just bucolic, they're not so ideological anymore. Christian already mentioned palimpsest this morning, and that's funny because that would have been one of the things I said here. I find this very palimpsestic. You have so many levels of actual history, mixing with folklore, mixing with all these different political movements through the 20th century, and they're all so visible. I mean, this is all over the city of Vienna, and yet if you ask people who live in Vienna, they are so unaware of it. I think that's what really interests me about it. I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Straight away, I don't think it was in any shape or form unpolished or superficial. Remarkably detailed reading of, as you said, a feature of the Viennese cityscape that just invades all the rest of us, actually. So I thought, the way you unpicked this, really reminiscent of what Clifford Geertz does with culture elsewhere, and that kind of unlayering of local cultures and other extraordinary. Who wants to kick us off with questions?
Thank you, Tim. This was so, I'm sorry I'm using the word interesting, but it was really great. There's so many thoughts, and I just thought I would add some, and maybe you could make some conclusions based on that. Especially using the word palimpsest, because one of the things that I had been thinking of, Hilde Heger, one of the artists that I mentioned, she was quite involved in the Märchenhof production, I think, and it was quite common, I guess, for many artists after 45 as a sort of rehabilitation exercise to do these Kunst am Bau works. And while you showed the sort of legends, and then there's some made of historical narratives, I kept wondering what's the purpose of those things. And it reminded me of, it's a very strange connection, but I was interested in the work of Anton Feistauer, who moved from Vienna to Salzburg to refound the Salzburg culture, and he became quite interested in fresco painting. And he wrote a lot about fresco painting, and he really felt fresco painting in Austria in the interwar years. And suddenly, I noticed it even in Tirol newspapers, they published things on Mexican muralism. And they wrote about Diego Rivera in the most conservative Tirol newspaper. And I was wondering what connects them, and I thought, is it public education? But then if you look at those, so this was a very long way, but my question is, what's the point of those? Because of course they're more than just decorative. They're in the public, they mean something to you, even if maybe nowadays people don't really see them, but how would you see them as a form of maybe public history or in some way?
Thanks, yes. I had to make some choices here because it all ended up being a lot longer than I thought it would be. And I chose in the end to really just focus on these artworks and to leave a lot of the conclusions to you. And so I also cut out a lot of the background because I did, as I say, find there is actually a lot of work done. We know a lot of the artists, the architects. And so yes, there are, of course, because it's all public money, there are records of what the intentions were, discussions in the city council. Why are we building this? What's the purpose of? So public education absolutely is one of the points. Red Vienna begins all of this, Kunst am Bau, and it is a kind of very eugenic program, the idea of these housing projects as as crafting a society in every level. It's not just about a place where people live, it's a place where people socialize, where they are literally hygienic, you know, compared to previous housing where people didn't have, for example, their own bathrooms and things like this. And so, yeah, this is like a kind of mental hygiene, you could say. This is cultivating an appreciation for local customs and so on. It is cultivating a sense of identity, for sure. And of course that becomes much more explicitly ideological under Austrofascism than it is under Red Vienna, but I think you'll agree that, I mean, the continuities are really astounding. And that's where the 1950s, of course, becomes a very radically transformed context, because it is post-fascist, it's post-Holocaust, it's post-genocide. And so it becomes all the more disturbing then, the continuities, that there is on the one hand an attempt to erase the recent past or pretend it never happened. I mean, one thing I didn't go into here, because there simply wasn't that much time, is the sort of Jewish aspects of this story, and there are some. Some of the architects were Jewish, for example, Jewish born at least. But that is also very absent, right? What you don't see in this is a reference to those aspects of the past as well. So of course it is, and I mean, we're back to this idea, like, what is romantic? And I would use it more as a verb. I see this as a romanticization, in that sense that they are cultivating a sense of an idyllic history, like a usable past in that sense. But of course it's one, and Bill already referred to that earlier in relation to Laura's talk, with the fact that, you know, you talk about nostalgia with the artworks, but they're actually referring to myths and legends. That's literally not history, it's literally not real, and yet you're invoking these mythologies to ground a sense of a historical wholesomeness. I think that is, broadly speaking, the answer, I hope, to the question.
That was really fascinating, and it made me think of a lot of things. And one of the things I kept thinking about were, first of all, with a handful of exceptions, I would call almost all of the images medievalizing. Not that they're necessarily medieval, but they're medievalizing, and that includes the fact that a lot of them, I think, are referencing early printing press wood blocks and etchings, and we have to remember, of course, that only in the recent past do we have the framework of the Middle Ages as what we have now. You know, the 15th century was considered medieval. For example, there's a very famous, I think it's wood block called the Book of Trades by Joost Amann or something like that, which I would be shocked that some of these arts aren't familiar with. But here's what I'm thinking. So these images that are on the outside of buildings, what are the two main themes, at least as you showed us? One is occupations, right? Trades. The other are saints. Kind of rings a bell, right? Those are the two main subjects of cathedral decorations, because cathedrals would have the labors of the month. You know, even the Woolworth building in New York City has updated images of occupations around the frame of the door. Don't think that's an accident, and so it's making me think on some level that this is a transmutation of the idea of the cathedral on some level onto these buildings. And so then that raises the whole issue of Vienna's Catholic identity also, which I think is really important. I mean, one of the things that's fascinating is, you know, the narrowness, right? Like, when you say Vienna to me, I think, you know, Mozart, right? I think, you know, the Karlskirche, I think of these layers and levels of Baroque history. That is not what these are. You know, some of them are what I would call almost like modernized medieval, but, you know, as you yourself pointed out. And so I don't know what it is, and I don't know what the intention is, but there's got to be some link here with cathedral programs, is what I would say. And the function of the cathedral program has this kind of like, I don't know, communal, social, spiritual, everything. So that's just my thought.
Thanks. That links, yeah, that absolutely links into much of what I was thinking, and I'm really glad to have a couple of art historians there, because I'm not an art historian. I can't properly, you know, assess some of this. I mean, the medievalizing, I would have said the same, and at the same time, I personally find it I've already used the word anachronistic, you know? I mean, are these things medieval? Are they early modern? sadly, I was amazed in the end how long this talk became. I had to cut a lot. So what I didn't show you is that under Austrofascism, there is in fact a reference to the Papageno house, for example, which is the site of the former theatre where the magic flute was first performed. So there is a little bit of that, but it's rather the exception. I mean, it is more this medieval, but really it's this timeless thing. And when you think of fairy tales, once upon a time, and it's always this wonderful, timeless, you know, sacrosanct time. So that's one aspect that absolutely, and I think that's where it's the question of like, what is history here? Like, history has become myth, and I think we're back to this whole idea of like, what is romantic and so forth. As for the cathedrals, I mean, clearly there is a link there. What becomes more interesting is like, why is that so strong in Red Vienna? You know, so I mean, the continuities there are interesting because under Austrofascism, it was a very clearly Catholic program, and that was quite prominent there too. I mean, with these estates, as I call them, I mean, there are differences. Red Vienna is clearly more focused on workers, and that is a huge shift from, I also had to cut out, I had originally talked a little bit about what you see from before the First World War, I ended up cutting that. But of course there's that shift then to focus more on the common people, the working class, but that's not so different then from like the Austrofascists, or then you see that Nazi mural, you know, with the everyone is united as the aristocracy of labor. I mean, it's, yeah, I think I'll leave it at that, yeah.
My question was actually in that direction. Red Vienna feels itself like a fortress within a Christian conservative country. The main focus in all their events or whatever is class struggle. Did you find anything which comes up with the class struggle, 1848, whatever? Because this is a very, let's say, non-confrontative version of the Viennese history, besides, of course, the one they're coming outside, but they're inside conflicts too. And only two buildings come to my mind, which would be called, I think, in Viennese art history, the Moderaten, which is translated as quiet model. It's the Instandwerken from Ritten and the so-called Renaissance, which clearly connect to the young Soviet Union. And I don't think I've seen, I mean, I don't know if you found anything on these two buildings which refer to this corporatism, or they're simply kind of already in their structure, I would say, common class struggle.
I mean, I'm not even sure I've been to the buildings you mentioned, honestly. Like I already mentioned, I went to 80 addresses. I mean, it's such a huge quantity that it's quite difficult to even have a proper overview of it all, I will say that. It is interesting that you say the fortress thing, because of course there was this myth under the Austrofascism that these Red Vienna buildings were built literally as fortresses to be militarized and used in conflict. But I think there is something to that, aesthetically at least. They do have something, again, medievalizing, quite fortress-like about them. In terms of the historical imagery, Red Vienna is amazingly ahistorical by comparison, I think. I mean, there's practically no religious imagery. There's also virtually no historical imagery, and the exception is the Märchenhof that I showed. That is the weird one. So again, this goes way beyond my knowledge, but some of what you see a lot of is sculpture in these buildings, and I showed one with the Rabenhof. I would call that, I guess, socialist realism, I guess, is the style, because they're usually depicting families and idealized workers and so on. But it's very ahistorical, certainly. So what is the historical image of Red Vienna? I don't think it really, in this context, I don't think it has one, would be the answer, certainly from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely fascinating. I mean, it's interesting you said that you left out the couple of decades before, because I think that would have been an interesting continuity as well, because that's one of the moments of medievalizing through national romanticism. So it would be interesting, if you were, say, to go to Helsinki, you would see that presented in the same time as there in Prague and so on. So the obvious, so I'd say, well, go back one quarter, roughly 25 years, and see what he's not happy.
I'm starting to.
But for me, Prague certainly has the the equivalent to Red Vienna, although it's not Red Vienna, so the Czech cubist buildings and so on, full of decorative elements, and mainly around workers and so on. But obviously the Catholic aspect will have sort of gone in that, and then how far onwards it sort of goes. I guess the third thing I think is that it's a mistake to see modernism as not decorative in its first manifestation. So it's, we come to think of it as undecorative, but the major functionalist architects, you look at their buildings, you think, oh wow, those are really nicely decorated in the sense of the use of columns. The Swedish architect Asplund has all the columns and porticos and so on what are functionalist buildings. So I think we have a sense of, I would say, post-Corbusier modernism, which isn't really what early 20th century modernism in architecture is about. So it's much more engaged with conversations with buildings and environments around it than would become later the case.
I'll keep this answer brief, but yeah, thanks for pointing some of that out. It's a shame that it was just too long otherwise, but I cut the references to previous decades, but I absolutely agree. I mean, it would have shown more of a continuity. I mean, obviously any periodization is somewhat arbitrary, and there are always going to be continuities before as well, so for sure there are. I mean, it's funny because you mentioned earlier Jugendstil, and I mean, that was modern, right, but extremely decorative at the same time, so, but in that sense, I would just say when you saw something like the Rabenhof, which to me is so historicizing, it's so obviously referencing the Gothic, and it has a lot of decorative elements, and it is something that was astounding for the time, given the economic situation in Vienna during that period, which was, really dire, and yet they managed to use modern building materials like brick, for example, and use it in decorative forms, and that was quite clear there. But that has disappeared completely by the 1950s. I mean, there you really don't have ornamentation at all, and this artwork remains the sole ornamentation. The only final comment I would make is that about comparisons, I love comparative histories. I never really undertake them because I'm so focused on Vienna, but of course that is always an interesting question. I didn't say that at the outset, but when I made this remark about Vienna being almost singularly obsessed with its own history in the 20th century, of course it does raise the question to me, is that a Viennese thing? Is that particular to Vienna? How does that relate to other cities? Of course that would be fascinating. It goes a bit beyond my topic, but it's an interesting question.
I've got a question about the Christian social movement and the kind of corporatism, but I think I'll save that for later.
Okay.
That's my question because we're running out of time, which just goes to show how many questions you're raising for us.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the following issue. Did you compare this visual story works with, for example, graffiti? How the history of Vienna is shown graffiti in Vienna, for example? Because I think that we can compare the culture of the center with the culture of the margins, and using this tension, we can say that on the one hand, we can focus on some, let's say, story words that represent some canonic version of the history, and on the other hand, we have that story which refers to the culture of margins, and the culture of margins can be transmitted through the graffiti. Thank you.
That is genuinely really interesting because I hadn't thought about that. I have to say I would not be able to think of a single example of historical themed graffiti in Vienna. I would say that. But it is nonetheless interesting because you're absolutely right that this is hegemonic art that we're looking at. I mean, this is really the city council saying we have a budget, will invite certain artists, and they have to stick to the themes. And this is actually addressed in the little historiography there is on this, that the artists, particularly in the 50s, weren't always pleased about the stuff they were expected to paint, but it was the 50s, it was the post-war. They took these commissions because they needed the money. As I think Laura already addressed, some of them had a Nazi past, and this was a nice way to get some more work when otherwise they were marginalized. How that relates to graffiti, I honestly can't tell you, but it is definitely interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Okay. Do you have the last question? Maybe someone would like. Okay, the last question. Then we have a small break. Okay.
It's a thought. Since Marek mentioned graffiti, I was thinking about the Lawrence Wiener. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's intervention in public art, and I wonder. Do you know the one that I mean on the tower of the house Viennese, I think? The conceptual artist Lawrence Wiener in the 1960s, I think, made this, it's like a sentence, and that is in reference.
In der Stille der Nacht, or something.
In der Stille der Nacht, in the Stille of the Night, something. So I wonder how that would fit in, or whether that would be another form of continuity, or whether that would be more a counter-narrative within the sort of graffiti tradition.
That is also very interesting, because what you're referring to are the flak towers in Vienna. I don't know if people know this. These are these huge bunker air defense buildings that were built by the Nazis. And Vienna, in comparison to other cities, was one city that was not able to get rid of them, and they are really amusing for that reason, that they were this constant, ugly, visible reminder of the Nazi past to this day. So yes, that is actually very interesting. I would say comparison, parallel, whatever. Of course, it moves right out of the focus in a way, just in the sense that this is focusing on public, like municipal buildings and public art. But you're absolutely right. Of course, if you were to expand this gaze and look not just at council buildings, but start to look at the structural, and we're back to this palimpsest thing, what other structural heritages are in the city, then the flak towers are the absolute antithesis to this idealized romantic vision, for sure. Yeah. And then of course the artworks, and a couple of the flak towers are used by the Modern Art Museum and so on, so for sure there would be a parallel there.
Yeah, I was trying to say this part of the 60s, which is okay. I would say this organization which organizes this incident around history is coming back in the 70s. That's an interesting point. Or the installations in the city now refer to, not to the transport, but for the Holocaust, kind of the new definition of space in Vienna. It's not anymore dismissive. We don't learn that anymore in school. Vienna, you find it's completely different. It's Mozart, it's music. I don't think that the school is taught anymore. It's a completely new definition, and the curve is kind of really bringing that history into the city space or whatever. This would be an interesting point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that is also why I specifically end in the 60s, because this, you're seeing a snapshot of a moment in the city's past that is, that you know very well, because this is also the time that you went to school, for example. And okay, so then I will mention that one of the histories that I read, like a historical analysis of this artwork, had the hypothesis that the reason that people aren't aware of this in the city is because they repress it, right? So the implication is that people are implicitly aware of what is problematic about some of this imagery, and so they repress it. And so if you ask a Viennese person, have you even noticed this, they will mostly, and I really say this from experience, they will say, well, no, I hadn't actually noticed that. I think that's a bit spurious. I genuinely think it has just been forgotten, marginalized, I don't even think it's been repressed. I just think it's such a different era, it's from a different era, it speaks to a completely different mentality. So what you're talking about, again, absolutely is interesting, but it's then that entire generational shift. And if you're talking about public space, I think of something like now the Holocaust memorial stones that are all over Vienna. So it's not like now, I'm not sort of trying to say that that's not visible, but it's complete. And then of course it occurs to me, where are those memorial stones? They're all on the ground. And where are these murals? They're all up on the buildings, and it's also a question of focus, like where are people actually focusing their attention when they move through the city? But those are, again, speaking to completely different contexts from different periods created by different people for different purposes. So yeah, so I'm absolutely not suggesting that this is the beginning and end of this story, but it is a snapshot of a moment, and one that has just become bizarrely forgotten for the fact that it is so visible. I think that's what's particularly interesting to me.
Thank you. The last question is not. Oh yes.
I'm taking up the time from the second talk that was cancelled.
Then we'll have a small coffee break, so we'll relax and also practice a Tai Chi if you want.
First, I would like to thank you for the fascinating lecture. And second, I would have a question which may seem maybe a little bit out of topic, I guess, but I hope not too much. Because, well, I would like to ask about the Vienna public space and the Gothic elements in Vienna public space. Because you obviously mentioned the Gothic elements architecture in this Vienna period, right? But I'm wondering if we maybe can see some Gothic elements in the other periods. Yeah, I think that's the question. Because why am I asking this? Because it's connected to my own studies. Yeah, I would like to know if you think that Gothic elements and Gothic motifs can be used somehow in this maybe political narratives and in this later periods of Vienna public space architecture.
Thank you. Well, this term Gothic has come up a lot more than I thought so far in the workshop, which is nice. I mean, obviously, Gothic architecture is medieval, so the link is there immediately when we're talking about the medievalization, you know, and this medieval imagery. And incidentally, so this picture that I chose just as the cover for this lecture is not incidental, because it's one that actually illustrates a lot of fairy tale books, modern fairy tale books. It's an image from 1492, and if you look at the architecture of the buildings, this is the Gothic period in Vienna. Much of that has disappeared since then, you know, through successive regenerations of the city, the Baroque period in particular. But you still find the real Gothic Vienna is there in the old substance of the city if you go into a lot of churches. I mean, aside from the fact that the cathedral is Gothic anyway, but if you go into a lot of old churches that were Baroqueified in the Counter-Reformation, inside they are very clearly late medieval Gothic. So I think how that comes through in this period, I think, is less in the artwork and this kind of public space, and more in the kinds of legends that I spoke about. You know, when you look at the illustrations in these legends, they refer quite explicitly to Gothic architecture, and it is, again, this point about medievalizing, and the medieval as being this wonderful primordial time, you know, like the original culture and so forth. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
who is Professor Maciej the next speaker is Professor Maciej Junkiert, who is historian of literature and intellectual historian. He is associate professor of the Faculty of Polish and Classical Philology of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Poland. Maciej is a graduate of Polish philology at our university and the Artes Liberales Academy, University of Warsaw and Jagiellonian University of Krakow. His research focuses on the relationships of classical philology with literature studies in Poland and Germany, especially in the 19th century. He was the winner of the Prime Minister's Award for the Best PhD thesis in 2012 and the Konrad and Marta Górski competition in 2013. He was also a holder of the START program scholarship of the Foundation for Polish Science and a scholarship for young researchers of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. He is the author of books Cyprian Norwid and the History of Greece, published in Berlin by Peter Lang in 2020, and Nowi Grecy, Historizm polskich romantyków wobec narodzin Altertumswissenschaft. In English, the title is The New Greeks, the Historicism of Polish Romanticism in the Face of the Birth of Altertumswissenschaft. He has also published articles in Pamiętnik Literacki, Comparative Critical Studies, Tema, Obraz et Critiques, Ruch Literacki, Poznań, Slavic Studies. He is the university coordinator for intercultural studies, Polish and Germans in Europe, by joint study master's program with Christian Albrecht Universität zu Kiel. So Maciej, the floor is yours.
As a last, I would say many thanks to Christian and Marek for this great opportunity. It is a great honor to present paper in front of such audience. The starting point for my considerations is the year 1840, a moment when the vast majority of European literatures have moved on from Romanticism. And if we consider that Heinrich Heine's Die Romantische Schule opens an era of reckoning with Romanticism, then we are already talking about a phase of the critical reception of its output. Meanwhile, in the case of Polish literature, the 1840s is still Romanticism, even if it is waning and had already produced its key literary achievements. However, it is still a decisive voice in the area of political discourse and molds the collective imagination of Poles. In this particular decade, Poland's most prominent poets and intellectuals live and work in exile, mainly in Paris, but also in Belgium, Switzerland, and Italy. Their life in emigration is the result of the collapse of the November Uprising, that is, the war against Russia, which was aimed at overthrowing the order unfavorable to Poles after the Congress of Vienna. It is also the 6th decade since the partition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when the independent but politically weak state was divided between Russia, Prussia, and the Habsburg Empire. The year 1840 interests me precisely as the moment when the main tendencies and characteristics of the longevity of Polish intellectual life in the 19th century intersect. I will discuss one particular issue, namely the genealogy and evolution of historical literary narratives. My first goal is to analyze the history of literature as a scholarly discipline invented by Romanticism along with specific genres of historical writing. Secondly, I would like to address its relationship with other scholarly disciplines. And thirdly, I would like to examine the role it played in the social life of a nation without its own state. What is of interest to me is the history of literature, which was studied at 19th century universities and taught by Polish professors of literature. In the beginning of the 19th century, the university, understood as an institution of socio-political life, underwent a whole series of profound changes, especially in the area of German-speaking countries. Those changes were crucial for understanding the Polish situation. It is illustrated by the example of the Royal University in Berlin, founded in 1809 as the first university of a new type, a research university, designed to link the conduct of research with education and provide scholarly autonomy for professors. Nonetheless, this involved the assumption that they would work implementing specific state policies. Key works preceding the founding of the university had been prepared by leading representatives of early German Romanticism, such as Friedrich Schleiermacher and Johann Gottlieb Fichte. Wilhelm von Humboldt, who, as the department head, was in charge of educational reform, was friends with most of the central Frühromantic thinkers and writers. And because of his research into the origins of languages, was also a member of this group. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that in his classic monograph, Theodor Ziolkowski considered the university as one of the key institutions of German Romanticism. However, once the University of Berlin became operational, a whole range of tensions emerged, indicating that the paths of the Romantic movement and the research university had irretrievably diverged. While the main reason for the conflict was the political significance of Romanticism, in scholarly terms, the ground for dispute turned out to be the attitude to historicism, or rather, the disparate ways of defining it. The poet and the scholar were interested in the same past, but the methods they used and the results of their work were diametrically opposed. In the theoretical approach from the early phase of Friedrich Schlegel's work, the artist tried to revive the past, but searched it only for such elements that could help reinterpret some crucial area of contemporary intellectual and social life. When the artist or critic was faced with the lack of sources, this could not stop them from creating a synthetic picture of the past. Especially in the dimension of its spiritual life, the scholar, as in the view of the philologist August Böck, was meant to treat the past as a single vast text that required a certain procedure to make any sense at all. This was a fundamental difference. But there was one point that was shared. Both imagined their activities as productive for the development and formation of a sense of national community. In one of his historical works, Wilhelm von Humboldt summed up this tendency, writing that his research had universal significance, but for him it was particularly important that he prepared it as a representative of the German people, to prove its primacy in the area of research, in this case, on the history of Greek antiquity. He wrote this at the turn of the 19th century as a subject and official in the service of the King of Prussia during a diplomatic mission to the Vatican, when the German nation existed mainly on the pages of books and in political journalism. Many years later, in 1923, Polish Germanist Zygmunt Łębicki, who studied 19th century intellectual life and aesthetic concepts of the time, referred to this approach as acrimonious historicism. Łębicki thus summed up the concept that the meaning of a literary work, like any other work that is a human creation, is revealed only in the process of confrontation with the historical context, the intellectual condition of the author, the language of a particular era, and its location in the world of literary relationships. All works from the past require a scholarly research procedure and professional commentary. Without them, they can be considered as mute witnesses to history coming from a foreign country. But most importantly, these scholarly commentaries and syntheses were intended to construct a picture of a nation's past, of a particular author and a particular scholar. The Respublika Literaria was turned into a series of national humanities competing with each other. In the case of Polish literary historians, the same process became apparent. The emerging synthesis could not avoid answering the question of how literary works of the past respond to contemporary challenges of social life. Did contemporary Poles carry a particular stigma arising from the past, which shaped in them a particular form or spiritual connection with the world? The basic problem was that Polish historical literary narratives came into direct conflict with the narratives of other literatures, especially German and Russian, that is, the literatures of those countries whose inhabitants became Poles after 1795. Using 4 excerpts from different histories of Polish literature, I would like to illustrate the problem of rivalry concerning national visions of the past. Example 1, Michał Wiśniewski. Let us start with a quote, the first in the supporting material. Many nations survived long centuries, faded and fell without a historian. There is a deafening silence on their graves. All of America, where centuries ago great states and nations capable of literacy did not produce a single historian. Everything there has been swallowed up by irrevocable oblivion. There are no histories left after the Indians, Egyptians, and Etruscans. The Greeks, who had such historians as Thucydides, also faded without producing a historian of their ample, original, and long-flourishing literature, and it was not until this day that the Germans wrote a history of their literature. If nations grow and mature without a historian, then fought in its infancy the dawn of the Enlightenment and the emerging sciences all the more easily hide from the untrained eye. Hence the beginnings of literature, like the beginnings of nations, are shrouded in thick darkness. End of quotation. This excerpt comes from the first volume of the History of Polish Literature from 1840 and was written by Michał Wiśniewski, who at the time worked as a professor of literature at Jagiellonian University in Kraków. He was a philosopher educated at the University of Edinburgh, among other places. Intellectually and scholarly, he should be described as a representative of 19th century eclecticism, who tried to found his scholarly approach on references to the philosophy of the Scottish Enlightenment. He was characterized by moderate empiricism, a belief in the capabilities of the human mind, and a commitment to the idea of fundamental human rights, such as the right to freedom and transparent rules of social life. Wiśniewski is important to me because he opposed Romanticism, but was expected to produce work that would fit into the Romantic aesthetics and vision of history. Thus, he is an example of a scholar whose worldview and methodology of research contradict the goals of the institution for which he worked. He recognized the phenomenon of history, which nations stole from each other, and identified the need to fill in the gaps in documenting civilizational achievements. However, he also saw the dangers. In another of his works, Wiśniewski critiqued the development and evolution of the ways people used their minds over the centuries. Everything that had happened in history that was unfortunate or tragic, Wiśniewski attributed to the incorrect use of the mind's potential as such. One such problem was blind adherence to traditions and established ways of thinking. Philology, argued Wiśniewski, allows us to interact with works that are the most perfect creations of the human mind, but this is an insufficient way of education and upbringing. Memory becomes the only activity of reason where education is based on the repetition of already existing solutions. Wiśniewski takes an anti-romantic approach to writing down literary history, as he denies that there is any special learning from the past. He challenges the belief that we can reconstruct a spiritual portrait of Poles on the basis of a historical literary narrative. He is interested in a panorama, a general view of its achievements, and this must be done by a poll, so that this history is not stolen from us or destroyed. This thread is particularly interesting because when talking about the competition for historical literary narratives, I would like to recall Martin Mursow's notion of precarious knowledge. The history of Polish literary research is a record of discontinuous, fragmented and obstructed research in which the representatives of a nation deprived of the state tried to overcome the opposition resulting from the, to varying degrees, repressive policies of the partitioners. On the part of the partitioning governments, their armies and administrations, the four professors I am analyzing experienced arrest, detention, imprisonment and exile, surveillance by the secret police, serious wounds sustained in armed combat, dismissal for political views, closure of the university, confiscation or destruction of the library or archives, ban on publication or interference by the censors. I treat my authors as scientific personae, and as such I want to highlight, on the one hand, what they wished to achieve with their research and what they hope to accomplish with their works, following Quentin Skinner, Contemporary Intellectual History and Konstellationsforschung. The lecture of Professor Luft was the most instructive to me. But also, on the other hand, what hindered or interrupted their work. Example 2, Adam Mickiewicz. Mickiewicz was the most important Polish poet of the 19th century, and his status in Poland is comparable to Goethe's in Germany. As a professor of Slavic literatures, he taught for 4 years at the Collège de France, beginning in late 1840. Second quote, it is a description of the situation of a literary historian who has to lecture in a language foreign to him. This inner work, so laborious, is indispensable in a course of literature. In such a course, one cannot follow the path indicated by the familiar and preconceived scientific method. One cannot rely on the formulas by which thought develops, almost bypassing the organ of speech. Having already gone beyond the confines of grammar and philology, I will have to show you and submit to your evaluation the monuments of literature, the harvests of art. Now, to let you know them means to let you feel the fervor that produced them, which preparatory studies were there time for them, give us the power to extract from the masterpiece the latent life that hides in its womb and constitutes the secret of art. End of quotation. Mickiewicz's lectures were something of a diplomatic literary study. Speaking in Paris to an international audience, he wanted to present the Slavs to Europe, pointing to key literary works and the historical context in which they were created. The preparatory studies he refers to are the philological seminars he had taken during his studies in Vilnius. His professor, Gottfried Ernst Grodek, was a student of Christian Gottlob Heine, who at the University of Göttingen had developed the concept of seminars as an individual method of teaching students to work with texts and preparing them for later academic work. When Mickiewicz expresses his opinion about abandoning the world of philology and mapping the feelings of writers and poets, he speaks unequivocally against university research. And in subsequent lectures, we learn that his main qualms were with German philology and German studies on Slavic literature. While Wiśniewski chose the anti-romantic approach, Mickiewicz followed the arch-romantic path. Pointing to the lack of sufficient materials in France, he indirectly referred to the ancient formula of Herodotus. His lectures would thus be based on what he himself had read and experienced, where he had traveled and with whom he had spoken. In practice, it often turned out that many of his sources came from editions of German philologists and historians, through Mickiewicz, though Mickiewicz himself was reluctant to cite them. This gesture by Mickiewicz, a philologist who ostentatiously broke with philology and history, left its mark on later Polish historical literary synthesis. Everyone had to face the legacy of the famous poet and professor. Example 3, Wojciech Cybulski. Third quote from a lecture given in 1841 at Friedrich Wilhelms Universität zu Berlin. Not long ago, a German scholar asked me, as I'm sure has happened to some of you, whether indeed the Slavs have such a literature that could be called European, meaning an independent, original and national literature which would merit recognition of other European literatures. In a word, one which would constitute a general property, or at least could become one. The latest Polish poetry can answer this question in the affirmative. Surely, we could find ourselves in a predicament if the French and Germans presenting us with the innumerable power of their scholarly works asked us, can we point to similar ones in our literature and in such great numbers? We do not need to be shy when they ask us about our poets, for we have both as great and as many of them as they do, whom we can proudly place next to their bards. End of quotation. Cybulski was a philologist educated in Berlin, where he earned his doctorate, and after a series of travels around Europe, Vienna, Prague, Belgrade, he became a professor at the University of Breslau. I mention him because in the quoted passage there is a direct reference to Goethean Weltliteratur. What can we do to make our literature properly European? And once it is properly European, how can we produce a fairly serious research output to match the successes of other nations? This scholarly and literary race could never end well, mainly because the first task placed on scholars was to compensate for a sense of inferiority and cultural derivativeness. Example 4, Piotr Chmielowski. The last author transports us several decades later. At the beginning of the 20th century, in one of his last works, Chmielowski summed up the 19th century struggle with literary history in Polish studies. The excess of historicism and the constant bidding for literary greatness resulted in two extremes. On the one hand, a conviction about the total derivativeness of Polish literature, which was always supposed to merely copy other people's models. On the other, an exaggerated emphasis on the innovation and courage of Polish authors who reached breakthroughs and followed an answering path of originality before others did. Chmielowski, as the most important scholarly voice of the second half of the 19th century, reconstructed the theoretical assumptions that determined such a direction of the research conducted. Following the Polish historian Józef Szujski, Chmielowski developed the theory of Poland's civilizational backwardness. Fourth quote. From this cursory juxtaposition of the main features of our medieval literature with the chronologically corresponding Western European literatures, even Czech, it is clear that the backwardness of our civilization, combined with the national character in which certain mundane sobriety prevails, taking into account only the requirements of immediate utility and an aversion to subtle, detached scholarship, greatly delayed the march of development, hindered productivity in general, and resulted in almost complete abandonment of the highest fields of creative imagination and deep-seated thinking. Only what was usable in practice found some recognition and support. End of quotation. Chmielowski's reflections cannot completely escape the Romantic paradigm, but in Polish literary historiography, they were a reflection point that would enable the birth of a new type of narrative, one in which the literary historian could be relieved of the duty to follow the mysterious spirit of the nation, a dark hypostasis, on display in the ever-present nationalist contest. A few final remarks instead of a summary. First, I treat the aforementioned literary professors as agents of the past, in line with how John Pocock characterized their existence in the 1960s. The literary past can be present in contemporary discourse on an equal footing with historiography, but what is most interesting about this problem is that literary historiography offered a picture of the past that in the 19th century was radically different from and at odds with the books of professional historians. Secondly, literary historians worked with their society in mind, treating their work as a special mission entrusted to them. Their actual social impact should be the subject of separate studies, but it must be emphasized that the hallmark of literary historians' narratives was a deep social rootedness, which I understand as part of the structure of all their texts and the central justification for their research. Literary historians treated themselves as public intellectuals, specialists not only in the past, but also in the future. Their advice was not limited to a series of instructions and prohibitions directed at authors. Historians were convinced that their understanding of the cultural heritage of the past provided them with better access to knowledge of the historiographic truth about the fate of the nation. Thirdly, 19th century Polish literary historiography toggled between two extremes. The first meant salvatory collecting, archiving, documenting, publishing, and describing literature at risk of being lost in a hostile political environment. The second was related to the synthetic presentation of the literature of the chosen people, one of many in Europe at the time. Both extremes had romantic origins. Both had been grafted onto the everyday life of a 19th century university, and both deserve in-depth reflection. Thank you very much. Backwardness wasn't present in a Romantic dictionary, so we couldn't be backward when our national way to improve is unique and special. And in the end of the 19th century, everything has changed. So Piotr Chmielowski wrote about social practices in the past, social practices in the medieval Poland. And he talked about backwardness because he wanted to differ from Romantics. Mickiewicz, Cybulski and Wiśniewski couldn't use that term.
Thank you. I want to thank you for a wonderful talk. It's exciting to see that someone in Poland is doing what I would call intellectual history, although I understand that it's closer to literary history. It's often hard to tell the two apart. But I wonder what people in the Polish tradition you see as developing intellectual history as a field. Are you alone? Are there other people who have been doing this in the past decades or whatever it turns out to be?
There are one school, former Warsaw School History of Ideas, which has roots in the 1960s. Also Leszek Kołakowski, Bronisław Baczko, Krzysztof Pomian, and many others. And there are followers, but also in Warsaw, in Institute of History of Polish Academy of Science. And one of them is Maciej Janowski. And he is a disciple of Jerzy Jedlicki, so it is quite obvious that this this institute and this group of people work in this field. And there are only few intellectual historians in Poland. I know only few, and these are people who want to escape their narrow disciplines, and this is the way.
I agree.
Thank you. I found that very interesting. I just wondered whether you could say a bit more about your last question, or your answer to Ben's question. So if backwardness wasn't part of the Romantic vocabulary, it seems to me that, and I take that point, it seems to me that decline very much is part of the Romantic vocabulary, right? And decline followed by some kind of promise of revival, of restoration, of something along those lines. And I wonder whether you could repeat the sort of conclusion to your talk. You said there was a discourse of a chosen people. What was the preliminary to that? Because that sounds very, very romantic, right? And it kind of reappears in the last conversation. So what's the other discourse? You say there are two extremes. The discourse of a chosen people and prior to that?
Decline is a very romantic term because we have a lot of organic metaphors in romantic discourses. But what was your question?
I'm trying to connect the different dots, and I think I didn't quite get your second last point before you made the point about the discourse of the chosen people. What was the sort of conclusion of the first conclusion of the four? You said, public intellectuals, literary historians, and public intellectuals. Then there was a point, and then there was the thing about chosen people's discourse.
Yes, that we have two main ways in the 19th century literary history. One, it is romantic and historiosophical writing, and the second, it is Enlightenment Salvatory writing, so documenting, writing, synthesizing, publishing, and this is part of Michał Wiśniewski's legacy.
I was interested in the fact that Wiśniewski studied in Edinburgh was influenced by the Scottish Enlightenment, because there's something peculiar about Scotland that's interesting, I think, from the point of view of Poland. So at the time, Scotland had 4 universities, England had 2 universities, and yet Scotland, in a sense, willingly subordinated itself to an English project, the project of union, and that project of union was by and large supported by the Scottish Enlightenment philosophers. So you have a peculiar situation where arguably a culture that was more, an intellectual culture that was more advanced than that of England, chose to subordinate itself to politically to England, and I wonder what the explanation. I think part of the explanation is British Empire, and that is it's subordinating itself to a project that is bigger than England, not to a project of England. And you also mentioned Humboldt as the research university. So the other great university system that is exported throughout the world is the Scottish. Humboldt goes to America, Scottish university system goes throughout the British Empire. English universities are not exported, Scottish universities are exported. So there's a kind of interesting model, I suspect, for thinking of Poland outside the Romantic idiom, which is what Wiśniewski is doing, which is that there are national projects or intellectual projects associated with figures rooted in their own cultures, which don't actually have to be nationalist in their, they don't require a national political culture in order to advance them. Wiśniewski was sitting in a place where that
Thank you very much. It is most instructive to me. There is a scholarly tradition to talk about university in Berlin as a way of deprovincializing of Berlin. So Berlin didn't have a university, and in the beginning, in the first 2-3 decades, it was a great place for young Poles to study there. But later it has changed. Later in the epoch of Friedrich Wilhelm III, and the political situation was different. So young Poles need to travel further in Europe.
Any other questions?
Thank you. I just wonder whether there are any recent extensive histories of Polish literature, because in the Czech Republic we have debates about the inabilities to produce the history of Czech literature now. For example, I think the greatest authority on Czech studies was a British scholar who died a couple of weeks ago, and he was really approaching the history of Czech literature from a very interesting perspective for us, but in terms of our inner debates, Czech debates on the history of national literature, it's a complete fragmentation.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any new recent extensive histories of Polish literature that would be convincing for you as researchers and also for the general public?
Yes. In conference speeches, there are many publications. For example, in Bloomsbury appeared Polish literature and world literature. But this is not the good time to write a great synthesis of history of literature, because history of literature has a lot of problems and historians have problems with themselves. In Polish we have any new great histories of epoch or of all of literature. Thank you very much.
All right, I wonder whether you could give us a few, thank you, I wonder if you could give us a few instructions about dinner and
Okay, so for today, in the context of our academic meeting, it's enough. We can now have fun, we can relax a bit, and then we will meet at 6:30 just in front of Jowita Hotel, and we will pick you up. I love this word in English. Just a very nice place, Popawero. Okay? So we will meet just in front of Jowita Hotel at 6:30 p.m.
Is that difficult for you with the car and parking?
Nothing with friends can be treated as a difficulty. Thank you.